Don't worry, I'm just playing my rhythm game. No worries, no worries. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so my week is all over the place. Besides Shark Week kicking my ass, yesterday we had no water, and you know, the electricity situation is what it is. So yeah, it is what it is, but with some help from Dan, I figured out, well, he figured it out and then showed me what to do with this stuff. I don't know. I can make it full screen, but it doesn't show full screen in OBS, but that's fine. I think it's fine like this. Mic is a bit low, the music is a bit loud. Oh. It is a bit loud, isn't it? Whoa. Did I kill the sound? Eh? Huh? I don't know what I did. Music's a bit loud. It just... He stopped making sound. Why do you do this? Yeah, let me not turn it up because the sound's gonna come back and I'm gonna be like, ah! I'm so confused. What happened? Why? Wait. No. Was it the app? Sorry guys, we're sitting like in dead silence now. Now my game is crashing? Hey yo. Oh my god. Why everything? What? Okay, I think it was the app because it had a fanny wobble. To be fair, so did apparently my VTuber because now it's not picking up colorful palettes. Yes, I know. Don't I know it? Okay, there we go. My mouth is working now. The fucking window. Would it be a stream of mine if it wasn't fucking a disaster? Anyway, I need to reopen. I don't know why my taskbar keeps disappearing, bro. Can you actually give me peace, please? I'd appreciate that. everything breaks when we go into load shedding because I'm stuck on one screen. Hi Tiff. We are sitting in relative silence while I try to fix this thing that borked. Load shedding do be like that for realsies, not for plays. Oh, Jesus. Aspis. Okay. Stop your full screen bullshit. Release me. Okay. But now where is it here? Hi, Puggy. Hello, my dog. Hi. Brrr. Why you bunk your head on my chair? Why you head bunk? Huh? You wanna say good morning? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Lulu. You don't wanna bork? No bork? No bitches? No borks? You can lay down, sir. It's okay. He's just like staring at me now. I don't have nothing. Look. This guy. There's nothing. Go lay down. Okay, let's get this bitch. Hey! Let's get this bitch working. Oh! This is queen behavior. Please continue to behave as such. Go lay down. I may have to deal with this poochie. Sorry, guys. You get to listen to the repetitive menu music then. I'll be back in a second. Come on, Mia.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Hey, kiddo! Thank you for the lurkies. Alright. I think we're okay now. I am still dealing with a lot of back pain. Feels like my body's breaking in half. But it's okay. Okay. Let's go. I haven't done my challenge show for today. So I'll do that after the event. Hi Yoda! How are you? Scaramouche. Almost always we have a Genshin Impact name. Which crew did you choose? The Giving team. Why? What did you choose, Puggy? I'm doing okay, Yoda. Just dealing with soul-crushing back pain. What is this song? I don't think I like this song. Oh, Yai Miko on the other team. Always Giving? Oh shit! Okay. Back pain? Yeah. It's technically lower back pain and cramps. So it's like a double whammy. It's both. But it's okay, I'll live, I hope. I'm still doing normal difficulty, because every time I do the hard one, I fuck up and I'm like, I can't tell yet if it's better to get a full combo or if it's better to just get more points with the hard mode. But I always feel like an ass when I fuck up in the hard mode, so I'm just like, no, normal's fine. Whoop. Swipe! Swipe, 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 swipe. Now I lost my cool anyway. So that's fine. I get so flustered when I miss those things that I end up missing notes afterwards as well. Ah! Oh! I'm getting heavy carried, guys. We got a super fever. Don't let the team down more than you already have. Ah! Is there a stamp for I'm sorry for being a disappointment? Because I already have one that says sorry and I use it frequently. Wah! I think it's best to get the best combo. Sometimes I'll play normal and get MVP with people playing expert. Oh shit! Hi Nabibbles! How are you? Hi Dreamy Luna! Oh! Thank you for the onigiris. Let me give you guys a free one. Let's see if it works. It did work! I don't know why it dropped 6 though. But it's okay. Yeah, boy! Yeah. This game is so cute. Yay! Whoa! 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 Onigi. I wouldn't mind some right now. Ah! The bibbles! Wait. Goodbye.
More onigiri, please.
Futak, as we say in South Africa. Thank you for the onigiris. And Hina Bibbles, thank you for the 5 months. Goddamn, homie. We'll do a celebratory onigiris for the subby. Thank you. And Tiff as well, thank you for the onigiris there. Okay. So maybe just getting best combo. I'm gonna try. Hopefully I don't fuck it up. Oh, I somehow got over 150k now, so that's cool. Like the talent or whatever it's called. The ground hardens after it rains. Sometimes it takes a really long time to find like a rival team. And I'm just like, what, are there too many giving teams? You hate these events? Oh really? I don't know this song. We'll stick with normal. Sorry! It takes forever. Oh, for the matchmaking? Yeah. It's hard enough doing the normal matchmaking. It's hard enough doing normal matchmaking, but now we have to... Not my phone just randomly taking a screenshot. Oh wait, is that gonna kick me out? Oh. I have a thing where if I double tap on the back of... Yoda, why are you being rude? I'll put the glasses back on, goddamn. Yeah, matchmaking is a pain just for the normal game. And the people who leave the lobby, I'm just like, bro, please don't. Is there anything for getting a full perfect combo like there was in Love Live, or I'm pretty sure there was one in Love Live. Ooh. Loading takes forever. Some people play on potatoes. It'll say all perfect at the end. Not sure about rewards. I guess just for flexing purposes then if you were to for full perfect. Nice. Wow! Give me all them gems, boy! Man, I cannot wait to get new characters. How many books do I have now? Goddamn! I have a lot. I have a lot. If I had to full level, how much is it? 700 to level 20? Goddamn. The Toya fun grows. Truly it does. Truly it does. I have been resisting all of the really cute banners. I'm just like, no, 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 no. Gotta wait for the boy. But I'm also like trying to do the... Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Yeah, the character rank thing. So getting rank 3 with all of them is pretty good because at rank 3 you get 100 crystals. Rank 4 is also, but it's a bit harder to get to. But rank 3 is fairly easy. So one thing that I have been doing, yeah, most of them are rank 3 or higher. Not Toya being rank 9. But anyway, I've been watching the old like event videos. Is it under stories? Event stories? Because you get stamps. So watching it for the first time you get the stamp, right? And one of the things to level up their rank is the stamps. So like if I get another Rin stamp, then I get her to rank 3. So I've been trying and doing all the things that I can do of relative cheapness so that I can get more gems. Because I'm hoping I can do at least 100 pulls. So yeah. You'll need so many books for 4 stars to keep them safe. Don't worry. I haven't leveled anyone in a long time. The team that I have now I've had for a while. So they're kind of just chilling there. They're just vibing. I changed the leader for now as well to also get the stamp for her. Who is it? It's not that one. Is it this one? I have Mafuyu and I think it's Enna. So doing shows with her as a leader as well. So yeah. I'm just going Hamzo. Get more stamps, get more stamps, get more gems. What do the little bows mean? Is that like the special birthday one? Don't let them wield weapons? What the fuck kind of team name is that, bro? Enna is... Oh, wait, really? Because I know that there's the... What do you mean you gotta go? Eh! Motherfucker! Puffin! Those are birthday bows. Ah! Oh, that's cute as hell. When is my boy's birthday? Is there a way to see? It's in May? Oh god, that's so far away. I know I definitely read... Is it in here? I read it somewhere. Oh yeah. It's just before Ray's birthday. And he's the same height as Ray? Oh my god. Interesting. Your favorite character is Mizuki? I'm not very good with this game yet, so I don't know which one is Mizuki. Music. Ah, this one. She's very cute. I don't know if you know this, but this one's my favorite. My dog's just wandering around the house. I can hear his little pitter patters. Alright. Let's go. Let's try again. Whoa, level 1. Let's go, let's go. That's not the one I wanted to use, but... Ayo! Oh, I like this song. This one's cute. We're gonna go with normal, so as to not disappoint the senpais, and hope I get a full combo, so I don't look like an idiot. Did we not have... We didn't have a single Genshin name there. That was interesting. I'm very new to this game, Puffin, but I really like rhythm games. I used to play Love Live. Kira! That might be why I like this song. I love Kira's music. Sekai players are bots? I've seen it as well, but I think it's the name that people have until they actually set a name. I want more of Kira's music on this game. How do they decide what gets in? Because Kira makes a lot of really good Gumi music. Ooh, I broke a combo, imagine. What a chop. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Senpais, don't watch me. I'm doing my best, man. Also, much like Love Live, I find playing this in silence is the best way to play it. do not play this with sound. Misaki! You love Love Live? We're not crying about Love Live. Alternatively, some people don't change their name. Oh yeah? Man, I always change my name in games. Audience choices every once in a while. There's some choices by day of some songs they pay producers to make. I think those... Ah, I see. Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Shit! Lucas stands... Oh shit! Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, Wolfu! Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I need to do shouty outies quickly. Best raid welcome ever. I'm so glad. I want people to feel that way. So I'm guessing you played this game as well. Let me just do the shouty outies. My mods are busy today at this time. Yes, you were playing this. Oh shit, man. Okay, sorry, I just finished the thingy jigs. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. You need to pull in the Luca banner once now. Do I? Should I? Oh, I lost? What the? God damn it. Anyway, guys, I'm very new to this game. I come from Love Live. I used to play it a long time ago. And I play Cookie Run as well. And because the rhythm game event ended in Cookie Run, I was like, guys, I need my fix. But for the Luca stands, we'll do a 10 pull on the Luca banner. Anyway, welcome raiders. For those of you that are new here, probably all of you to be honest. My name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I don't always do VTuber things. Sometimes I do facecam things. Very much depends on my mood. I play lots of Genshin Impact, and I play this game occasionally and Cookie Run, and I study Japanese and Blah! Wolfu, thank you for the follow. First streamer I know from South Africa. Oh, there's lots of us. Let me tell you now, there's lots of us. And now that you've met me, maybe you'll meet more people from South Africa. But lovely to have you all here. Rapids, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Too many? There is too many. There's a lot of us. There's so many. This is fine. You'll learn all about us. Cupcake. okay, we're gonna do temple on Luca banner. I don't have any 4 stars yet, so I hope that the Luca stands are gonna bless me. Please bless me. Because I have a no 4 star. I am a baby account. I only have 3 stars. Look how beautiful she is though. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm Gumi Stan. She's not in this game, but I love her very much. She is best girl, and she is what my my VTuber's hairstyle was based on before I made it long. But I love Gumi so much. All right, you didn't have luck. All right, Misaki also Luca Stan. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, I love Gumi. Gumi's my baby. That's why I love Kira, because Kira does so many good songs for Gumi. Alright, let's go temple. You can only do 100 pulls on this. They prevent you from pulling more. That's mad shit. Why do this? So the gold, does the gold mean only 3 star? I think so. Oh, baby! I think I have this one though. Oh, new baby! Oh, she's a fairy! Oh my god, are they all gonna be Luca? Oh my god! It's fine. Do you know what? We're saving our luck for the Toya banner. It's okay. They're all Lucas? Oh my god, I love it here. Why are they all fairy Lucas though? Give me something new, please. Give your girl more skins. You also love Kira? Oh man, I love Kira so much. Where? Kampai! Oh my god, this is adorable! Ah! Shh. This is so pretty though. Wow! I'll take that. Thank you for spending your gems. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Wolfu. I'm gonna be saving up until till Toya gets a banner. I've been trying to resist all the cute banners, but obviously I had to do that pull for you guys. But yeah, now we have a new... Oh, favorite character rank is Luca. Ooh, hell yeah. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. More stamp. Nice. He's from the same country as you? Oh shit! I'll be honest, I didn't know Kira was a man. I also don't know where he's from. Gems, why do you keep calling them... Are they called crystals? What are they actually called? Oh, they're called crystals? Listen, I come from Genshin, we call them primos, so gems is just in my brain. My bad! Okay, well... Maybe I want to put Luca in my team. Did she give any kind of bonus for the event? Is there a way to see? Oh, he's from Germany. No, what am I pressing? Ah! Is it this one? How do you see? Because I know some characters give a buff. Eh! I have sausage fingers. Ah, okay. So, happy type. Rin-chan. How many times did I click that? She likes pushing the wrong buttons. Even you like pushing the wrong buttons. Okay, so this one's got a star on it, so it's not gonna give me a buff. But it's fine. I have a cute Luca now. Oh my god. It's so cute! It'll be useful in the future. Never mind. Only found out that he's from Germany. Ah. German cover of Bad Apple. Oh man, Bad Apple. That song's intense. I remember looking at it to see if I could learn the dance, and then I was like, whew, never mind. This is fine. This is okay. As a fucking intense one. It's good though. It's good though. It's a hell of a banger, yeah. Not for someone who can't dance though. Whoa! 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 The audacity. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this beach. Can I help you, Cupcake? So after Toya gets this event, guys, please give me peace. After this event, My brain's buffering. After this event, I'm gonna save up for May, for Toya. Oh, people giving me energy? No, no, no. Keep your energy. You sweet babies, don't give me energy. I'm bad at this game. Whoa. That was close. I was like, people gonna start leaving. Oh, it's free? You can just give people energy? Wait, did it just break? Ah, okay, I'll give energy. I'll give energy then when I can. Why is it? Oh, then there's a Tsukasa one afterwards? Ah, fuck. Yes, Toya-stan. I love Toya. He's very cute. He's good boy. Three free energy per day you can give. Oh, that's quite nice. Is this not happening? Is he stuck? Uh-oh. I'm just gonna... Sorry, guys. Bye. Go leave, go back. Hopefully it doesn't put me in the same room. I had that once where I left and went back and that just put me in the same lobby. I was like, no! I'm cursed! Save me. Can I give this one? How do I... Oh, why can't I... Okay, I give this one then. Because the other one couldn't take any. That's fine. Release me from this hellscape! Oh, we're waiting for the other team. So what team did you guys pick? Giving or receiving? Because it seems like most people picked giving and there's no teams to play receiving. So we almost never find a rival team. We're just sitting here. We're just sitting here waiting. Everyone chose give. These events give you so much pain. Truly. Truly, because I'm sitting here like... My energy is full. Please, I'm capped. Release me. Give me peace in my heart. Ah, there's Luca fan. Sweet baby. You just pick give because your friends did? I think I'm just gonna be otherwise next time. Be like, no, I'm gonna pick probably the least picked one. Just so that we can actually get fucking games. Look at this nonsense. You don't like to receive gifts? You feel bad? Yeah, same. I just like to buy things for people that I think they would like. I don't know if you still have them, Puggy, but Puggy in the chat, I bought her... Every time I found a penguin plushie, I would buy it for her. You know, and penguins used to be harder to find. And then at some point, there's just an influx of penguin plushies. Oh, god damn it. Ugh. I see why this makes Puggy sad. These kinds of events. It seems a little bit... Why? Shall we have a group cry? Get Puggy a Kaizo? I actually do have a Kaizo. I have a Kaizo of my own. I should get Puggy a Kaizo of hers. If she ever comes back to South Africa. This is all making a lot of sense now, Peggy. I see why this gives you pain. Carpal tunnel? Sometimes there's a huge discrepancy of players that will tell you when you pick your team that one of the team needs peepos. Ah. Yo! This person's very optimistic. sorry to tell you, but this is painful. Goddamn. Do I go change teams? Maybe I'll actually get... Oh yeah? Bad dogs? Puggy, is this you? Is this you? I want to add this person as a friend. I like adding people who have that sticker thing on there. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Fuck. They give you such a short time for that. Gotta do some stuff? Yeah, yeah, no worries, Rapids. Take care. Have a lovely day. Why a room disbanded every time? You prefer not to look at? It's painful. It is truly painful. I want to see. I know there's a way you can change your crew. Where was it? You go into like the crew area. Must be me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see a lot of people like that, and I'm like, is this Puggy's alt account? So I'm gonna change my crew, even though I don't feel this way truly. Honestly, this is taking so long. Yes. You can only change your crew once. Ah. The fuck? I'm gonna change my crew anyway. Because this is painful. Bye 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 bye. Have a good day. I don't prefer to receive, but this is the lengths that I must go to actually get a fucking game apparently. And if this doesn't work, I'm actually gonna cry. 9! Where are you leaving? Please. Give me peace. Ah! I abandoned my team for nothing. I still cannot get a game. Oh, empty lobby even. God damn. Don't cry, carry on. I just wanna cry. You got a game immediately? Whoa. Why is it so fast? Thank you for the luckies, Dreamy. No, what do you mean? I don't want to do veteran. I'm baby still. I don't want to say hi. I click hello 20 times a day. How long have I been waiting here to get one game? I kind of wanted to touch words. Well, this person got 58 energy? Bro, play your game. Waiting room simulator. Please, give me peace. I'm in hell. Oh, what the fuck, man? I'm not even gonna click any stamps. Fuck it. My thumbs are tired already. I haven't even played anything. Ain't clicking shit. We're just sitting here waiting. Are you being for realsies, not for plays right now? Your mum? Toes player? Oh my god. But he has a Toya picture, so it's okay, right? Big April birthdays? Big sister powers? What are these names? Imagine playing this game with your fucking toes though. I could never. I have chubby sausages for toes. You know, like them cocktail sausages? Yeah. Look at y'all optimistic people putting on them stamps all over the place. You're wasting your thumb energy. You're gonna give yourself cramps later because we're waiting. Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Nikki Outrage. That's a really cool name. Pardon me, I was just being mad because my lobbies are making me cry. Let's do some shouty outies. Nikki. I hope you have an awesome stream. You're also from South Africa. Oh shit! Let me throw you a follow. You gotta go because of load shedding? Oh, no worries, no worries. Have a lovely day. I hope... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Hi Goomba Units. I hope you had a good stream. You were playing some Overwatch. I hope you pew-pewed all the bitches in the budai. But yes, I know load shedding things, so please go take care of your things. Go prepare yourself. Go get ready. And I hope your power comes back. Lickety split. Alright. Welcome all the new people. Welcome, welcome. My name's Nado Tato. I'm South African streamer, variety streamer. I've forgotten my words. I don't always do VTuber things. Sometimes I do facecam things. I have a Discord and I also cosplay, so I post things on my socials. Words are hard. I play Genshin Impact and Truly, my brain is melting right now because I'm stuck in waiting room simulator currently. Goomba! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the party. I'm trying to play this game, but my lobbies so far have been complete garbage, so I'm just trying to breathe. Thank you for the bubble, Seth. Yes? Are we gonna get a team? Oh, thank God. Please don't leave the lobby, guys. Please, I'm asking you with tears in my eyes. What is this? I haven't played this one yet. Okay, cool. Anyway. It gives you PTSD. Anyway, welcome. Welcome to all the raiders. If you want to tell me about you guys as well, what games do you play? Ignore the fact that my neck just broke there. Lucas song made it work? Clearly, clearly. And this is a new one as well. I did buy it. Cecils, how could you? Ever combo! Like a noob! It's okay. I do that. I'm gonna forgive myself, it's my first time doing this song. Huh? How did I only do half of it? Ah! Okay guys, close your eyes. Maybe I'm nervous. Huh? My swipes is not working. Am I not swiping hard enough? Ah! Okay, you have to be very rough with it. Show it who's boss. Smack that bitch up. Oh, I did it again. God damn it. The honking, the badonk honk. Okay. Eyes closed, looking away. Thank you. It's a fun song to play. I think, yeah, that was definitely my first time doing it. But hopefully I can get better. Lose? It's fine. I've actually lost most of the time. What is ace? What did I get ace? What does that mean? Huh? I did so badly? What does ace mean? Super fever. Hell yeah. Tasty snacks. Who cares you lost? We finally got a song, right? That's all that matters. We made progress. First in our hearts. Also, why must Cupcake what did Cupcake do? Okay. Let's try again. I still need to do my challenge show because this has been taking so long. How long do you think we're gonna wait this time? What do you mean Cupcake's bullying you? I'm not pressing nothing. I'm not doing nothing. Team Coffee and Tea Drinkers? Yes, that's me actually. Don't change the name, please. Rin-chan! Intense voice of Hatsune. No! Listen, in a moment it's gonna be intense voice of Tato getting mad at the lobby breaking. Where? For why? Please no gaslight. Oh, this is a very cute lobby. And then there's me looking very bland. Bless them. Look at all these beautiful babies in here. For how hard it is? No, for the sound, Wolfu. It sounds terrible. Oh my, it's bad ears. It's bad for the ears. And bad for the thumbs. I think I've only played it once, and Puggy's like, how did you avoid it for so long? And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm lucky, I guess, question mark. I played it once and I nearly cried. So, but it's fine. I am baby. I am baby. When I get better, maybe I can handle it. But the sound is awful. The song is so awesome. I'm sorry. I am going to disagree with you there. All around a sad time. I think I've only... Oh, guys. I don't think we're gonna... How is it that we can never find a rival team? I don't understand. Of course, the room disbanded. I think I have only one hard song that I've managed to... full combo, and it's my favorite song. Oh, this is also a really good song. This is really fun. Here's Puggy's favorite song. I don't know why she doesn't like it, but oh, she just said she doesn't like it. But why, Puggy? What do you? Oh, this is the one Puggy loves, though. This is Puggy's favorite best song. I've been trying to full combo it on hard, but I haven't managed to succeed yet. Puggy! I think I might have told you that I like this song, but I don't know. Where is it? As you can see, there's a lot of... Oh, here. I love this song! And this one? This one's a classic. And this one? It's kind of difficult. This one's also a classic. I think this one's super old. You hate it a bit for the difficulty. I can't. If anyone doesn't know the song we're talking about, I think I've only done it once, so I actually don't know where it is on the list. Where is it? Oh, this one. This one's very cute. I like it, but it's a little bit intense. I think I've only played it once. Wait, where is this song? Eh? Do I have to go to other? No? Wonderland Showtime? That's this one. Oh, this one? I love this one. It would be right at the bottom. Do I not have it then? I thought I would have had it. This one's intense. But it's also very cute. It's gotta be like right at the bottom. The bottom is bottom. Oh, I don't have it. Huh. Oh, did the thing just crash? I was like, why is it not playing anything? This bro. What do you mean nothing's connected? Are you sure? Stop. Hi, Hooded! Sorry, my thing just crashed. I'm just reopening it. The computer is right in front of you. You can't find it. I'm even showing my phone that there's a computer right in front of it. Like, hey, this is the thing you need to connect to. And it's just buffering. This is fine. How am I today? Still in immense amounts of pain. But the power's back now, so that's something, I guess. But I have a hot water bottle. I've taken painkillers. There's not much else I can do. Of course, naturally everything breaks the second I switch back to... to full screen. This thing's not working. It did this earlier, actually, where it was like, unable to connect. I'm like, what do you mean unable to connect? What a part you can't connect to? The screen, look at the screen there. The desktop is right there. Connect to him. I really want to show you guys this intense Miku song because it's like jarring. The sound is jarring. It's really fast and loud and confusing. Oh, my stomach just growled. Oh, I haven't eaten today. How are you doing, Hooded? Have you had classes yet? This guy's being a buttholio of note. Unable to connect. Don't I fucking know it. No need to tell me you can't see this computer, you can't connect. Wait. You gonna play it? Fuck nah. I don't have it unlocked. I haven't bought it yet. I think I've only played it once on like a public lobby. Oh, you're back home? Nice. Oh my god. Please connect. I'm asking you with tears in my eyes. Restart the app. Go have a cry. You have Thursday afternoons off. Oh, that's nice. Sorry we're not studying today. My pain is just making me not have a brain more than usual. But I'm gonna try and play this for a little bit longer. Because I want to finish my energies. But it's giving me trouble. If it doesn't connect now, I might just switch to Genshin's, to be fair. Otherwise, we're gonna sit here in silence forever. Oh, now it's capturing. Gross, man. What is going on here? Oh, that's weird. Why did it capture it like that? I've never seen it capture the... this thing's not working. It keeps saying unable to connect. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna give up on that for now. Sorry, guys. But I'll tell you for now, for free, that song is... It's too fast. Too furious. There we go. Oh my goodness. Do the studying when I feel better? Yeah. Cause was there an update? This is fine. Alright, I just want to fix... Because my chat is not... I turned off my chat while I was playing that other game. So chat... We're gonna boop you up to here so that we're not blocking anything important. In other words, my UID. Okay, hopefully this is fine. I don't understand. Why is my taskbar disappearing? Stop! We're just gonna sit here with the loading music. Oh, I need to change the game as well. It's glitching? Yeah, it's because I keep looking down to, like... to type. Because I pushed my keyboard away. So I just had to... look where I'm typing. Otherwise, I'm gonna type garbage. Okay. Apologies for the abrupt change to game. Unfortunately, the program that I use to cast my phone is not working with me. In fact, it seems to be working against me today. Also, Hooded, did you listen to any of those songs I told you about yesterday? Because I didn't finish telling you all of them. But I gave you some recommendations. Did you go listen? Or, better yet, go listen to all the Japanese songs. Because there's a few. Oh, finally. Oh my god. I haven't started the new event, so I can do that today. Oh yeah. I just want to check something. What the? Give me peace, man. Whoa, Firefox needs upload, update. Oh my god, guys, my brains today. It's not braining. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. I just wanted to go throw Wolfu a follow because I forgot to do that earlier. Bye, baby. Oh, Evie! Oh my god. Oh, they do Just Dance? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. They do all kinds of like rhythm games and shit. Oh my god. How embarrassing. They got to watch me fumble. Oh my god. Wah! I'm gonna go hide now. Alright. You ended up not listening? You tried to do some work? I mean, that's fair. You've got time now, though. Puggy, I'm converting Hooded to Army. Hehehehe. In fact, there's even a song about studying Hooded. About how you should focus on your studies or focus on your work instead of listening to BTS, instead of watching BTS things. It's very funny. They told their fans to go study, to go work. Alright, I'm not capped. I'll do dailies later with Ray. Oh, I wanted to go finish this one actually. I used to think how what is super cringe? I think that's the only reason I've actively avoided it all this time. What, K-pop? Or specifically BTS? Come to South Africa. I'll boop you on the head with my army bomb. Ooh!
甘雨自然是知道闺中这个名字的，但你们又是否听过？
Why are these the options?
闺中乃是神之魔神哈艮图斯，他个性活泼，喜爱发明，又很爱热闹。许久前，此地尚是繁华
K-pop? You still listen to KDA because of League? Ah.
闺中常呼朋引伴到自家做客。
Also, sorry, we're in Chinese today.
聚在那张最大的石桌边。明海七侠总是第一个将他新搜刮的宝物摆上桌。说起那家伙呀，性子温和，可谈到喜欢的东西，总是爱显摆。
Oh yeah, Puggy's multi-stan. I don't have the energy for that. I barely have the energy for one group.
他也是我们的老朋友、老对手了。想起他啊，又是许多回忆。他一掏出宝物，众人便坐不住了，当即争相点评一番。我和闺中自然不会服输，便又各自摆出得意的机关作品。仙人嘛，本就各有本事，难免都有些心高气傲，所以我与明海七侠常常争个不停。他的宝贝都不是自个儿做的，不过是擅长寻宝而已，哪像我，向来都是自己动手。
真君，你这是又争上了。
Ganyu's like, reel it in, bitch.
每到这时，闺中他就会开始看热闹，有时加入我们一起吵，更多时候则是
Oh, the duck in the background.
什么都有啊，有时是，哎呀，你们别吵了，都不如我；有时则是，等他们两个吵完，咱们就去山下烤肉吃。他呀，向来想让大家高兴，可倒也有几分本事，说什么样的胡话，居然都不让我觉得讨厌，而且也从未称我为仙鸟和那个女人。
你不要这么小气嘛！
哼，反正我们讨论的热火朝天的时候，灶神马克修斯就已将可口的饭菜端了上来。灶神的面子谁能不卖？自然是停下争论，匆忙收拾桌面，推杯换盏。哼，说来 那时我还嫌帝君带来的杯子。
Well, to be fair, you would know better than me.
哎，我说，你们能用得惯方杯子吗？你倒是宽厚，也好，不失为一种美德。造神的手艺，连我也挑不出毛病。席间，闺中又总会起头找话题，说说这个，说说那个，引得欢声笑语不断。
I'm just gonna scooch myself.
这些老家伙呀，各有各的臭毛病。可跟他们吃饭
So pardon.
为什么就是会觉得无比开心呢？
Because I'm covering. Maybe some people can't.
美酒看日升月
Well, I say some people can't understand. I know I can't.
宴会结束，歌臣浪士真君时常留下来，跟闺中一起赏会花再走。那时的琉璃百合，从这儿到那儿，绵延成一片花海。
歌臣浪士真君，就是阿平，大家熟悉的平姥姥。
Oh.
哦，原来是他。不对，故事听起来是挺热闹，但我们不是来找仙女的嘛？还是说，你的意思是，仙女就是那位闺中，而她已经……
唉，本仙许久不来此地，就是怕被这残破的废墟惹得触景生情。你倒好，如此着急问东问西，将本仙的伤感都搅浑了。罢了罢了，本仙。
Paimon sounds way less annoying. Yeah, that's why I say the Chinese one is superior.
旧时，本仙常因机关术与闺中争吵，我俩各执一词，互不相让。本仙曾以聚会为由，邀请最为公正的阎王帝君，一评两种机关的高下。帝君却说，闺中的一壶机关要略胜于我。
Oh, she's so pretty.
虽然难以启齿，但本仙心里清楚，闺中在机关术方面确实高我一筹。至于闺中
Doesn't she look like Sandrone?
则要从一个
Same hairstyle.
闺中认为，机关术虽不能完全替代人力谱曲，其成品却足以比拟简单创作。歌臣浪士则认为，音乐是灵魂之响，是有感而发之物，绝无可能由机关自发生成。二人争执不休，我只得请帝君出面，他收走铃铛，用于操办各项典仪。自那以后，我见他们常到山中聚会，探讨雅乐、机关术与人间种种。
That's cute.
但好景不长，
Oh.
魔神交战，归离原战火迭起，闺中不敌来者，于战中仙逝。等本仙与歌臣赶至，残垣中位于故有深海。此后，应歌臣浪士要求，阎王帝君将狄晨灵转交他保管。本仙也遵循着固有之念，对他那闺中姬略作叠记，以此怀缅。萧灯几番起落，人聚人散。你在看什么？归离园吗？
在看这片山水。人死如灯灭，仙人亦然。或许终有一日，我们都要尘埃落地，回到红尘中去。
Ah, are you guys crying? I'm not crying.
本仙生性淡漠，情感内敛，又不喜交集。与闺中的交集， 是由对机关术的研讨拓展开去。
The story's
我
sad
看
as
你挺
hell.
多朋友，挺能聊天的呀。
人前不露怯，不意味着本仙喜爱结交朋友，这叫做开朗的内向。说到底，本仙可不像歌尘浪士，他性子飒爽又不失细腻，还能言善道。和闺中的友谊，比起我来只会有增无减。这两人过去曾是对手，屡次以作曲较量。那个狄晨灵啊，就是闺中的得意之作，既能编曲，又能演奏。
奇怪，我还一直记得狄晨灵是凭姥姥问老朋友要来的呢，还说过他年轻时候爱漂亮，什么什么的。
歌尘浪士爱漂亮，哼，得了吧。这铃铛里有伤心往事，而且一定是时机不对，他才故意那么告诉你们。至于老朋友，还能有谁？那会儿歌尘浪士听说有个名叫钟离的人想借用铃铛，立刻就猜到那人是帝君，并且已经做出了重大的决定。这么多年下来，有些事我们彼此还是有数的。
居然是暗号码，真有学问。
Did you know that the glazed lilies in Europe planted by Rex Lapis in memory?
对你
Ah,
打了个
yeah, I do remember that.
我说到哪儿了？
There's like a whole quest,
想起
and you
来
have to
了，
go sing to the lilies.
狄晨灵以机关术驱动，非常适合用于伴奏，在后来送仙的仪式中屡次起到作用。歌尘浪士后来特意锁走它，并非是为创作哀乐。他每次摇响铃铛，传出的都是闺中所做的那一曲。他俩在音乐上一度有过观念碰撞，谁都没想到闺中逝去，歌尘浪士鸣情追忆，二人从前各自谱写的旋律竟逐渐融合。歌尘浪士从前也爱热闹，喜酒好歌。闺中走后，他却不再爱结伴，时常一个人坐在山顶，抚琴而思，时而悲伤，时而舒缓，时而又情绪激昂。不知过了多少年，他似乎终于编出一个满意的曲调来，便向云中奏乐，以示庆祝。可惜，我只听他弹过那一次。说起你们在追查的那件事，或许枫丹人的祖先就是在此期间不幸落水，被歌尘浪士所救吧。
可是为什么满意的曲调只弹过一次？
是啊，我也好奇得很，实在忍不住就问他，既然费了如此大的力气改编，又为何不再弹奏？他那时说，琴弦未断，知音已逝。流云，你说，此曲又当诉与何人听？
凭姥姥。
我只记得自己小时候受真君照料，魔神战争结束后，就留在了璃月港践行契约。与闺中虽也曾有几面之缘，却不知原来还有这般过往。
It's so
闺中其人
sad.
颇有远见，却太早离我们而去。云海洞天内，手稿尚未写尽，留白处，空余怀念。若不是你们要寻找那位仙人，这些往事恐怕也会被一同封存在尘沙之中吧。现在你已知道，出手救人的仙女正是歌尘浪士真君。你打算向她提起这些吗？
真君担心阿平也会为此难过，是吗？
正是。无论对本仙，还是对歌尘浪士来说，故友逝去， 都是一件不愿多谈及的悲伤之事。
但我冒昧的想，或许这也只是真君您的猜测。
哦，此话怎讲？
您看，我在离月港内守望的久了，见到的别离也多。亲人与好友逝去，这份苦痛，我是明白的。但城市也好，人也好，总是在向前。阿平为人剔透，一定早已明白这个道理。山林中少了一位仙女，但与此同时，尘世间多出了一位人生前辈。我们虽在失去，却也在不断获得。他给予了很多人帮助，也将为更多人指路，而他们都会是他的朋友，陪他赏花，陪他探讨音乐。知音逝去，确实令人难过，可人生还会继续，远方一定会有新的朋友等着他。
海灯节要不要加上音乐庆典这件事，我们还问过平姥姥的意见呢。干脆回去就请她一起来参加，说不定还能请她登台表演。
哼，就数你们几个小辈头脑灵活。
那真君也陪我们走一趟吧。阿平和您好久没见面了。海灯节期间，离月港内也有崭新的节庆布置。
海灯节能有什么新鲜可言？本仙和他也是，想见还不是随时都能见。
您这话不对。
Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome. Oh my god. Skara, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Let me just get some shouty outies out. How was your stream? Skara? You playing Genshin? No ways. No ways. For realsies? Not for play? Oh my god. Hi, Cleo. And Pace. Hello. Welcome, raiders. You're playing Genshin? What? For realsies? I'm still stunned. Hello, Trixie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. I'm stunned to silence. Sorry. So, apologies, but hello everyone. Welcome, raiders. My name is Nat Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact. My brain is still buffering. Sorry. I play all kinds of things though. I also cosplay, so if you want to check out some of my cosplays, I post on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever floats your goat. No, I didn't know, Skara. Why you never play with me? One, why you don't have me as friend? Two, and why you never post about it? Who's your main? Or what? I need the answers, Skara. What the frick frack knick-knack tic-tac paddywhack, man? You ain't never told me you play Genshin. What is this? You started 2 weeks ago? Oh, you saying this like you've been playing. Please be serious for a second. Just for a moment, be serious. It's fine. AR25? Yeah. So you were able to add me as a friend so many ARs ago and you didn't. It's fine. It's okay. I see how it is. But are you enjoying it? You having fun? Small damage? It's okay. It's okay. We all started small damage. We all started somewhere. We all started AR1 and worked our way up. 2 weeks is long? Nah, listen. I've been playing this for over 2 years now. That's long. 2 weeks is a drop in the ocean. 2 weeks is not even an entire banner's worth of time. Spawn, thank you for the onigiris. Hear me out, it's not like that. What is it like then? What is it like? Make it make sense. Anyway, we're busy with story currently, so hopefully no spoilers. The edible she brought? What? Not even been here for more than a banner? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You used to main Kaya? Oh my god. Listen, just be glad Jargon is asleep right now, because if you come here and you say that you main Kaya, he's gonna ban you. He will ban you without a second thought. You main Yao Yao? You main a healer? She's good girl though, she's best girl. I love Yao Yao. I have some parts of a cosplay for her being put together, so, you know. DPS Yao Yao? Shit. I hope you have C6 then. Okay, it's actually not necessary, but it helps. Kaya deserves to be a 5-star. Hooded, just because you have a shiny diamond doesn't mean you're not gonna get banned, son. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. You gonna add me? You can try. I see, just a moment. I forgot about this, but, close your eyes, guys. Don't look, don't look. Close your eyes. Nope. Go this way. Wait! Stop it! Okay. For the... Please be serious. There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good. For the Genshin Impact streamer thing, I can't have my UID covered, so that's why I'm doing this. Anyway. Why the Kaya hate? You know, I don't know. Joggin's just very much not a fan. Sweeping on stream, I have to. My UID has to be visible. Otherwise, I don't get the rewards. You can move them? I have to. Because I have a bunch of trolls in chat who keep dropping onigiris on them. Oh wait, I'm not running this whole distance. But yeah, that's nice to hear that you've been playing Genshin. And if you have any questions, Skara, like, please let me know. Here is one of the trolls. Freaking hooded man. Thank you. I don't know if you're on my Discord, but I have a channel where we chat about Genshin things. You can ask questions or post shit if you want to flex. And I also have a pinned post that has like build advice. So if you have questions, you can either ask or you can just have a look at the pinned post in the Genshin thing. But yes, I'm always happy to help. On Wednesdays, we also kill bosses, but I think your account might be too baby for that. Might be too soon for boss fights. Freaking hooded man. Prefix and a suffix. You made it worse that it drops multiple? Yeah, but it's more fun. It's definitely more fun. Wow, I will ban you. I will ban you, sir. Try me. Eh? And now Timo's throwing poo at me. There's no peace in this house. There is actually no peace. Close your eyes. Do not perceive me. Do not perceive me. It's okay. I thought someone said troll. Yes, that's you, Bubble. Don't ask me about ham-hams. We ain't talking about ham-hams, okay? We are being strong for Shenhe. Only. It came at lightning speed, yeah. breaking the sound barrier there with that poo, Timo. Take biddies? Who got take biddies? Take old biddies? You mean Shenhe? Being strong for take old biddies. And our boy, Baiju. Unban Mao, thank you. Oh, I can turn auto back on. What do you mean nice try? You're the one who got extra banned there, Mao. She also did that on purpose. She knew exactly what she was doing. That was the intention. She knew exactly what she was doing. That's one of her favorite commands. You got a jet? No worries. You gotta get... Oh, shit. Yeah. Go do your things. Go do your things, Kara. Have a lovely day. And yes, pop in more for Genshin things. Typically, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But fuck it, because load shedding. I was gonna say, oh, that's sweet, but never mind. No, she knew. She knew exactly what she was doing. She's here to stir the pot. Not only to stir the pot, but also to add the spice to it as well. You use unban whenever you possibly can. To be fair, you can even use unban if the person hasn't been banned, Puggy. But it's obviously more funny if the person gets banned first. You guys are little shits, basically, is what you're all saying. I also need to change the emote on that one. I keep forgetting about it. Oh yeah, I can actually turn this off now. Hold on. Unpin. We're good now. We're good. Man, this is so sad. Why they gotta kill off random characters that we all love? Same thing happened with, oh, I can't remember his name now, but that, whoa! Jesus Lord! My fucking ears, mate! And my heart, actually.
Thanks to @jargon1674 for my sub gift.
Oh my god. I'm doing good, Mumbas. I hope you're doing well. I think I need to turn up my Genshin sound and just turn the general sound down. Oh. You know that younger people are now more likely, or they have a higher risk of heart attack now because of COVID? I read that on Twitter somewhere. Rip young people. Yeah, you're safe, Dan. You're safe. What the fuck? Puggy! No, I mean people like like mid to late 20s to like the 40s. That's what I mean. I'm saying you don't have to be a grandma to get a heart attack. Spawn, why are you like this? Why are you like this? We aren't too crazy about living anyway. That is also true. Puggy's younger than me, Dan, so take what she says with a pinch of salt. Okay, Dan. You better get out of here. I'm gonna be whispering for the next 5 minutes. Nice. I might still get lucky. Puggy, no. Bye, Dan.
总之，你们年轻人的舞台，我就不上去掺和了。
You can't ask Puggy how old they are. I mean, you can. Puggy doesn't have to answer though. That's why I say people can ask me whatever they want to ask. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna actually answer. I'm starting to think Puggy is more of a little shit than I was led to believe. Puggy's the biggest little shit. What are you talking about? She's the biggest little shit ever. She's just very quiet.
刚巧，我也给诸位道一声海灯节好了。海灯节好。啊，我突然想起来，我有些，逾越海亭的工作要和燕飞谈，一直没找到机会。德沃沙克先生那边就拜托你了，真君、阿平，我们先去忙了。哎，现在嘛，是哪个方面的案件？甘雨前辈。
甘雨这姑娘还是不会撒谎啊。
我聊天的本事，她半点没学去。可惜，可惜。
机会难得，刘云，坐会儿再走。我来泡壶茶，咱们也聊会儿天吧。
好，我正有此意。
你们下次见到那位枫丹人，请把我的心意也带去吧，就说祝他音乐会圆满成功。
交给我们吧，平老啦。
谢谢你们，听老婆子我讲了那么多。至于那段旋律嘛，等我什么时候准备好了，再弹给你们听吧。
好呀好呀，我们会期待着的。
等琴声再响，他说不定
Look what you started.
月港万千尘沙一
It's not all of it, but with onigiri.
地上
Get out of here, Dan.
望着如今的繁华，在某处偷笑吧。
那我们这就去把消息带给德沃沙克大叔吧。
I will not stand for the slander. Is it slander if it's true, Buggy? I'm just asking. Is it slander if it's true? Oh, you can land on the lanterns. Oh my god. You could also sit.
德沃沙克大叔。哦，克勤也在，筹备海灯节辛苦啦。
你们好，一切还顺利吗？
你好吗？
顺利顺利，非常顺利啊！大叔想打听的人，我们也帮着弄清楚啦。
真的吗？
This guy looks goofy as fuck. I can't take him seriously at all.
原来祖先听到的旋律是一位先人在缅怀自己的故友啊，说不定也正因如此，才会那么美丽动听吧。
哦，大叔的第一反应好特别，果然是音乐家才会有的思维嘛。
但我还是很难相信，曾经的仙女竟然变成了老奶奶。
Everyone from Fontaine gonna look like that. They're gonna look like clown-ass motherfuckers. What?
很多都是不会变老的。歌臣浪士真君，以 也就是我们见过的那位平姥姥，应该是自己想要变老的。
平姥姥知书达理，慧眼如炬，无论她选择何种外形身份，通透的心灵都不会改变。
还是客卿会说，哎，我也是这个意思啦。
我必须当面致谢。就等音乐会结束之后吧，我要把此刻的心情，把我最佳的状态全部奉献给这场演出。
哦，对了，平姥姥还祝你音乐会能圆满成功呢。她应该会在老地方这场演出吧。
Buggy no!
这是真的吗？
I say God, those
我开始紧张
motherfuckers!
起来了。
I had to hold that in for like 10 seconds and I was just wheezing! I say Kratos, motherfuckers! But maybe it sounded like Buckers because I was trying to whisper it.
好，不行，我得再去排演。
Oh my god.
几位
I'll have what
我
Puggy is
先走了。
having.
大叔，哎，走得真快，还有话没说完呢。
She must be eating something weird in
这些
Japan.
都还问我们
You okay over there,
有没有
Puggy?
意义。这趟跑下来，也算有了些收获吧。
Oh my god.
有新的体悟，可得说出来听听。
我们发现音乐能拿来做好事，也能拿来做坏事。人听到音乐会开心、感动，有时也会悲伤、怀念。音乐是人们心中的记忆，能够超越时空，连接起思念。差不多这些。
看来是发生了不少故
You were in
事。
another tab. I was like, excuse me?
相信稍后甘雨都会告诉我的。
We can say mother buckers from now on.
最后还有些收尾工作，已经不算繁重了。只要大家能喜欢，所有的付出就有意义。
I hope you didn't hear that.
海灯节快乐！
I keep forgetting every time I stretch.
接下所有事情
I'm
的
very
答案
close to my mic when I do that.
真的
Puggy, stop listening.
感
Stop
觉
listening
好
to
像
my
有
bones
什么
breaking.
是什么来着？
I was just stretching.
是那个萌什么的竹笋。
Bamboozle
说是
soup.
说不着急，现在应该还赶得上吧？
Stop listening. Just don't perceive. If you think you hear bone breaking, just do not perceive it. Very simple.
我们这就
Just pretend you do not hear it. Because you're the only person who ever seems to notice that my bones are breaking. You didn't know stretching makes sound. Give it 10 years. Give it 10 years, Hooded. It sounded like a baby fart. Buggy, why do you know what baby farts sound like? You going around listening to babies fart? Kind of weird if you ask me.
好，先到这里。
哎呀，稀客啊，是来找本堂主玩的吗？你们大白天的，怎么在往生堂门口练习说唱？
You work with... Oh my goodness. Them kids have no shame. They're just tooting in class. Can I throw my primos at Hu Tao already? Soon, friend.
胆子怎么反倒变小了？这里背山靠水，地形开阔，还有看不见的观众前来助阵观摩，最适合排练了。看不见
How much do you have saved up, Hooded?
几日下来，我总算是习惯了胡堂主的说话风格。刚开始心宴不也被吓得不轻吗？跟见到巨大的青蛙一样。
好了，你就别揭我短了。
35k? Damn! Are you going for cons?
瞧你一脸疑惑。就让贴心的本堂主来为你解说好了。
And Homer?
红色巡回
Staff of Homeless?
艺术人才搜罗，我这位小象派打油诗人又怎能错过？本堂主泼墨
C1 probably?
鲜
Nice.
艳掌舵
It now says I'm watching with no audio because streamer told me no listening.
要让这开场演出
No, just
变
don't
成
listen
最
to my
闪闪
bones
的
cracking.
耀眼
Apparently toddlers farting.
韵脚压得不错，呸呸，我也跟着压上了。不过你们这样子，不会搞出什么安全隐患吗？
Too broke for homelessness? Well, I hope that you win the 50-50 and then you can still go for Staff of Homeless. I hope you get her quick fast and then you win the 50-50 and then you can go get the weapon as well. Yeah, yeah.
他呀，为了
Although, arguably, if you don't have Yelan, I would say go for Yelan instead of the weapon. Because them vapes. I think Yelan works well with Hutao. I could be wrong though.
相当懂行的观众，又欣赏得来新燕的演出。
是啊，最早就是他邀请过我来这边驻唱的呢。
不过，确实没想到真有一天。
In fact, wouldn't 2 Hydros on that team be amazing? If you had Kokomi as well? Oh wait, you don't need heals. If you had Xingqiu and Yelan for them vapes and Zhongli for the shields, oh my god. Potentially disgusting. I don't know how to play Hutao. I've had her for how long, but I don't really use her, so we're not gonna talk about that. Yelan is very good with her. Do you have Yelan?
没问题。哦，对了，旅行者太萌，那个山叫虎牢山，别走错山头
We'll
啊。
return if they win quick. Oh, you're gonna go watch? Yeah. Enjoy, Puggy.
见到钟离帮我带个话，就说今日来
Hydro
本场
Resonance
随
also
看
gives
心
her
情
yeah.
饭局切莫推脱。
Xingqiu,
哎，
Yelan,
到时候
Hutao is
约
very
一起来
good.
啊
Ah, I thought
那
so.
我组的局肯定是精彩无限
Does seem like it would work well. Oh, I have to go somewhere. Hope you enjoyed the BL video. Did I not tell you? She opened it, she watched 1 second, and she immediately closed it. She was like, not a fuck. It's not happening. I need a BR back.
"浮世景色百千年依旧，人之在世，却如白露与泡影，虚无。"
Secondhand embarrassment. I watched, I think, like 3 minutes.
无人相陪，此般花鸟
And I
鱼
was
虫
like, because I only watched it because I was curious.
不依
I was
不靠的
like,
背景罢了。
what is the point of this thing? But yeah, it made sense after I watched a couple minutes. But yes, it was very cringy. I almost closed it a few times, but curiosity won. I had to know what exactly the point of that cafe was. And it's fine, because I figured it out. And I was like, wow, okay. Very weird. But I sent it to Puggy because I thought she'd get a kick out of it. But apparently it was too cringe for her to handle. Boys love ski. Imagine saying that out loud to someone. Like, typing it fine, but saying it out loud? Nay.
是个熟面孔。你们是从璃月港那边来的吧？城内近来可好啊？
都好都好，你好奇的话就自己去看看好啦。
薛月近来常在天衡山踱步，璃月港的景象。
In the most English accent I've ever heard. It was painful. At best.
来得正好。地道的烟堵仙本应文火慢炖。
That's why I only survived like 3 minutes.
也算一种取巧。
那个机关
Suki
难道是
流云的机关烹饪神机，我借来一用。
干脆就叫它煮饭机好了。
Connor slander.
还是算了。机关里
Peggy
寄托了制作者的心意。
He went on to work there for a day as well. Because Suki the boys love so much.
那便好，怀古莫要伤筋。行走世间本就是一种积累。等烟肚先煮好，还请一起尝尝。
Watching without audio. You did the. Oh my god. I hope Peggy's still reading chat. So wait, who do they do the Pocky with? Do they do it with other staff? Or the guests? Oh, be right back. Sorry guys, I just need to disappear for a second. Ray just got home from the dentist. I need to help him with some things. I'm just going to throw you on the BRB screen, so apologies in advance for the advert and for the clips you're about to watch. For Genshin Impact players, please and thank you. Weapon? No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. You hear me? Johnny? So no. Dragon? You hear me? No weapon banner. None. No more. Weapon? No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. I wonder if the avatar farts. You mean like Aang? Being a windy boy, I wonder if he can just like control his farts. So you just don't hear the squeak. It's just silent but deadly all the way. Oh, the stream. I'm so sorry, Jinxie. My brain went a completely different direction there. I can't even explain my way out of that, I'm sorry. Fartbender indeed. Hello, hello, hello. I am pig. Oink, oink. Can't go. Stairway to hell. Ah! What am I supposed to do? High five him in the face. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Why didn't I pick a butthole? Try to me. Huggy wuggy! Fuck, man! Why did I see him make it? Okay.
Emax underscore Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like. Oh, shotgun! You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face. Where is this guy? What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Slowly. Ah! It's not poopy underpants, it's poopy overpants! I am the poopy! Did you guys see that? What did he just do? I am back. Did you guys enjoy the dumb clips? I can hear you, but currently wish I didn't. Oh yeah, Poppy Playtime. I still need to finish that game. Maybe I get drunk one Friday and I play that. The text-to-speech clip? I don't remember. But yes, puppy playtime. Puppety, it's really good. You busy playing, what is it called? Dead Space? You'll be fine. Okay. Sorry, I haven't eaten today. It's like 1 o'clock. Whoops. Let's continue.
我与二位仙人在此小聚，祝福的话，你们替我带到即可。
Man, the colors of this bird, stunning.
至于饭局，
Oh my goodness.
Thanks to @jargon1674 for my sub gift.
You gonna make me
Very
choke on my
big
noodles.
GGs.
I'm just minding my business, trying to eat my nudes. How you doing, Hassan? I forgot I needed to turn up the volume for Genshin and turn down the system sounds.
帝君，烟肚鲜已经做成了。
好，我这就来。色泽饱满，气味醇香。这烹饪机关的技艺。
I'm doing okay.
你们特意跑这一趟，不能白来。
Kind of managing my pain today.
也给你们打包起来，记得趁热吃，味道才最好。
I'm never eating this. Is it a special item? There it is. Okay, we can't eat it anyway, so it's fine. How long does it last? My book says between 7 to 9 days. So it's going to vary from woman to woman. There's a lot of things that can influence it. Your sleep, your diet, your physical fitness, how active you are, your stress levels, if you're on medication. And I think if you're around other women, if you're like close to starting, sometimes being around other women can apparently also like kickstart it because the hormones. Your body's like, ah, yes, it is time to suffer. Because another person in the room is also suffering, so let's suffer with them. There's a lot of things. Don't eat citrus? Wait, why? To be fair, I don't like citrus anyway, so I don't eat a lot of citrus, but I'm curious. Why? What's wrong with citrus? Wife and I watching you on our TV? Oh my goodness. You guys could be watching anything. But thank you. That'll make it better. Then I don't need to blast your ears. Whoops. Alright. Don't wear white after Labor Day? Yes, exactly. Tell them. It makes the pain worse. I don't think I've ever been told that.
早知流云有这些好东西，就该问他借一个。你我二人向来对机关
Don't wear white after Labor Day, but also don't wear white on your first day.
也是摆设。也不能这么说，我但凡能有些烹饪之法，申鹤那孩子随我修行时，又何必只吃
？Poor Shenhe. She lived off flowers and herbs.
那要不回头咱们找流云再借一个这种烹饪神机？不无不可，不无不可。
So is this one moon carver?
早知流云有这些好东西，就该问他借一个。你我二人也不能这么说。
Mountain shape is the bird. Either way, their voices are mighty fine. What the fuck? They have no business giving such nice voices to a bird and a deer. Surely you've seen the talking bird before, Hassan. There's quite a few. Well, I said there's quite a few. There's at least 2. Oh, uh-oh. Oh!
能登上红色巡回的舞台，我倍感荣幸。下面，请尽情欣赏我和胡桃为大家带来的演出。桃之火驴。
No! 过吧！
我乃是光环与威仪耀耀，给世界第一丧偶，世人见我且不是，我的气海心中藏宇宙。
要楼盘虎踞别修风度，张三李四入不敷出，无所不顾，我有恐怖。风尘诸位宇宙洪荒，脉动环珠，只愿心放，射转群儒，文说穿墙。
Shit. That was very fucking cool.
明日可有安排？辛苦了一年，我们不如以私人名义小聚一番。我做东，各位意下如何？天权大人掏钱，我得好好享受享受。
You mean your girlfriend put in the bill? Mommy's watching from the top. I said no. It's so beautiful, man. Meow meow! A baby!
师傅，师傅！
Oh, 媳妇!
希望来年也是好年。
一定会的。
师傅，萧灯，我……
区萧灯，为师现在就给你做一个惊天动地、空前绝后的，你等着拿去璃月港，让大伙儿长长见识。
Are we at a concert? Kind of. It's the, you know, like the Chinese New Year? This is like part of the celebrations for the New Year's, the Lantern Festival, but Genshin has its own version. That would make such a beautiful wallpaper. Goddamn. There was also a Lantern Ride promotional video. Dream upon a lantern they put on their YouTube. Ah, was it a recent one? You get Chad Zhao working during the festival? Of course, man's never sleeps. There's no rest. Oh. I didn't realize. So this is the last part, and then we'll do the What are the lanterns for? Is it like wishes for the new year, I think? So what they want to wish for themselves or for other people. 11 days ago? Ah. I'll be honest, I almost never open YouTube. I'm pretty bad with it. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so I have to wait until the following day. Yeah? This is such a weird mechanic. You want to wish to be a millionaire? I mean, you can do that anyway. You can wish to be a millionaire every day. I might have waited too long. Whoops. Oh, I can turn chat back on now as well, actually. Oh wait, I have to do it between... Oh man. Why am I like this? Yeah. I thought it said like after midnight. But it's fine. This is okay.
快快，旅行者，马上就到胡桃约我们吃饭的时间了。嘿嘿，地点竟然在那个需要提前好久预约的新月轩呢！不愧是堂主，真是大手笔。我们快点出发吧。哦，原来如此，多谢钟离先生的提议，我记下了。
早就听闻钟离先生。
Oh, I was watching Yoda was streaming this part yesterday.
能与钟离先生结识，是我等后辈的荣幸啊。
哪里？各位都是青年才俊，各有所长，我也有自愧不如的地方，理应与大家互相学习。
先生谬赞了。那个，若有机会，能否请钟离先生？ 在驱邪术法方面，也为我点拨一二。
方士驱邪吗？这方面我只能说是略有涉猎。如不嫌弃，我们慢慢。
哇，原来已经有这么多人先到了。我们只知道胡桃请了钟离来，却没想到能遇见这么多老朋友呢。大家海灯节快乐啊！
节日快乐，请。
Girl!
节日快乐，玩得开心吗？我也是啊。
On what planet
看过新燕的演出，但这次的
would you not choose to sit next to him?
听说观众们都很喜欢，所以他最近的演出邀约特别多，
What?
成了大忙人。云姐也去帮他的忙啦。
I'm sure there's a reason for it.
向各位问好，祝大家节日快乐，聚餐愉快。
But at the same time, that's a missed opportunity. Could have sat next to Xiangling, could have sat next to Zhangli. You had options.
香菱不是只找了我试菜吗？
不重要，不重要，你吃就是我吃，我不介意。这么一说，我确实一盘不留，全推给冲云了。
什么？香菱做了新菜，我要吃，我要吃。
No chair for Paimon though. Fuck Paimon.
谢谢你，派蒙。哦，还要谢谢钟离先生，对我的新食谱提出了不少一针见血的好点子。所以你们刚刚就是在聊这个嘛？
既然是饭局，话题不免要落到菜肴上。香菱大厨剑走偏锋，食材的选择和调味的方式都像音符一般，在味蕾上跳跃。我的建议嘛，只是锦上添花罢了。
哦，不愧是你们，说的我都不好意思了。等我按照钟离先生的办法调整好食谱，再来请你们品尝吧。
这样的话，倒是听着靠谱。
那要不下次我来试菜？
说到吃饭的问题，刚刚我就觉得少了点什么。邀请我们来的胡桃在哪里呢？还有锅巴也不在。
Hello, hello. Ahmed? I don't know if I said your name correctly. How are you doing?
我可能还腾不出时间来赴胡桃的饭局。至于胡桃，
Guoba's a good boy.
去接一位客人，让我先在这里接待各位。看看
Whoa, the way he looks over, bro.
咦，需要胡桃亲自去叫，那一定是很厉害的人吧？
Super intimidating.
是克勤、宁光，还是北斗船长吗？
这个嘛，堂主没有主动说明，我作为下属，自然不好细问。
I think I know who she went to go fetch, though.
我们来喽！没迟到吧？没迟到吧？哎，多亏大圣和我一样，哗啦哗啦来去如风，时间正好。
Oh, it was Zhao? I know someone else is coming to this party, though.
原来贵客竟是降魔大圣，久仰久仰。堂主相约小聚时没有说明，真没想到，来客不仅有少年
You want to sit on Zhao's lap?
还有维护璃月四方和平的金鹏上仙，能与大家齐聚一堂，实属颜面生辉。
He just used his government name? Oh, did you see Lumino standing on the chair?
马上就是海灯节，
I just got
帝君今日
coffee.
突然来访，
Ray brought me coffee.
堂主的性子实在让我难以招架。
帝君是为何事忧愁？
堂主吩咐我为节庆采购芝麻油。
那帝君为何能一路走到望舒客栈来？
我与炎孝大厨闲聊了一番，讨来
You
几
want
位
to
调
see
味
everything
品。
pertaining to Zhao?
还有，
So I must play this
你
for
看，
myself. Yes,
这是
because
松茸
it's.
级
I
的
think it's only got 3 days left.
那芝麻油，
多少有些遗憾了，确实没有堂主想要的那种。
客卿先生言过了。
哎呀，这人又开始了，不快请客人坐下，去先讲这好些客气话。在座各位无一不是名声在外的大人物，多多少少都互相听说过，还有不少是熟人，就不要这么讲究啦。听说大圣就和旅行者很熟悉，对吧？那感情好，你俩坐一块儿。
Whoa. At least we know who tells ships.
哎呀，可想起招呼我来了。正巧，刚刚来的时候，新月轩的招待说，我之前点好的菜已经开始出锅了。事不宜迟，就让他们上菜吧。
They're not even sitting together. I'm so confused how the seating arrangement works.
说起来可真没想到，
Is the spare chair for Paimon?
我也第一次知道，原来旅行者和派蒙是降魔大圣的好朋友。
程云也认识香。
说认识不太准确，应当说久闻大名。派蒙可能不知，我们方氏一派与降魔大圣有些渊源，一明一暗，共同除妖驱邪，已有很长一段历史。没想到，今日竟然能在堂主的帮助下，亲眼见到。
Oh my god, he's a little fanboy. This is adorable.
在下有礼了，客气。
有缘得见传说中的降魔大圣，我也倍感荣幸。之前还听重云提起过呢，记得你说定要让降魔大圣知道驱邪方式的重要性。
Under the bus you go.
那个我们也认识。之前厨王争霸赛的时候，仙人还帮我试过菜呢。嘿嘿，没想到还有机会再见，海灯节快乐！
百闻不如一见，在下是香菱和重云的朋友邢秋，有礼了。
哇，大家都突然恭敬起来，我都不知道怎么插话了。萧大人，降魔上仙大圣，派蒙也给你行礼，预祝海灯节快乐。我已经很努力的整理措辞了，不要挑我毛病了。
各位，
Chinese Paimon is the cutest.
大圣说的对，本来就是熟人一起吃吃饭，你们这样进来进去的，反而会让人家紧张啊。
Yeah,
你
Paimon.
们这么小心翼翼，可不是本堂主请大家聚餐的本意。那胡桃本来的目的是邀亲朋好友小聚，共品杯中佳茗，共赏琼上繁灯，是为告别旧岁，喜迎新象。以上就是客卿会说的话，建议大家鼓掌。
确实，堂主学的可真像。
至于我嘛，就是想图个热闹，请大家吃些好吃的。这一年大家都在努力生活，旅行也好，向导也好，做饭做生意，驱邪降魔也好，还有在堂里时不时帮着干活的客卿啊，大家都很了不起。而能把大家聚到一起的本堂主，就是最了不起的人了。哎，虽然听着有些自大，但能叫来不怎么进璃月港的萧，确实是很了不起的事情。
没有你想的那么复杂。
Oh? For a second, I thought he was just gonna leave us hanging.
好，我明白了，多谢老板娘。
是老板，不是老板娘。哎呀，好活泼的孩子，跑得真快。
降魔大圣，萧上仙，望舒客栈的守护神，迪花州的大英雄，你在的吧？
安静，不要扰人清静。
Wherever she goes, she disturbs the peace.
真是抱歉，但不这样你是不会现身的吧？
我认得你，往生堂第77代堂主。找我可有要事？
倒真是胡大堂主会做出的事情。
所以，降魔大圣是为了避免胡桃乱来才答应的吗？
我倒觉得应当还有其他渊源。
嚯，客卿聪明啊！哎，原来还有后文吗？接下来其实是无聊的部分，就是扯了些往生堂和仙众夜叉的往事，纯粹是为了套近乎啦。
据传，魔神战争时期争端多发，灾祸丛生，人类无法逃脱疾病与死亡的折磨。仙众降魔除妖，千岩军奋力苦战，而往生堂负责驱除己意，送归亡魂。如此，才得以在战乱时期断明生死界限，避去了更多事端。
没错没错，就是这样，客卿得一分。不过，即便是这样的老伙伴关系，本堂主还是费了一番口舌才把大圣劝来的。哎呀，还是你懂他。
此事无法回避，我自当多加考虑。
确实，不过我早想到喽，所以只请了和元素里有缘分的朋友来。只是吃饭这点功夫不会造成什么太大的影响。
但没想到，人这么多。
降魔大圣还请不必多虑，目前我们大家都没感觉有什么问题，尤其是这位少年方士，有纯阳之力护身，很能扛的。
这是两码事吧？而且，刚才是不是你把胡萝卜放我碗里了？不要转移视线。
有吗？
这次我站重云这边，我也看见了。幸好今天锅巴不在， 锅巴最看不得人挑食，可能会逼着你吃下去哦。
Okay, Xingqi doesn't like carrots.
锅巴是这种固执的性格吗？不过想起之前听香菱说过，锅巴是炉灶之神的故事。
原来是听了民间的传说。
情况尚可。前不久，大约是海灯节前夕，我碰见了一位老朋友。有他的帮忙，我的情况稳定不少。想来你应该认识的，是。
哦。
风带来故事的种子。
时间使之发芽。
哦，排门。
不小心就接上话了。不过这个熟悉的声音，难道是
？Zhong is like no.
本堂主没听错的话，门外是有人在吗？可卿别愣着，快给人家开门去。
不劳烦，我来打扰了。
Oh man. Casually invites himself in.
哎呀，终于请我进来了。嗨嗨，不论我们从前是否在别处遇见过，如今又是崭新的相遇了。新老朋友们，大家节日快乐啊！
天哪，是卖唱的！
哦。
哎呀呀，这位小哥好飒爽，看着就像是我未来的朋友。来者是客，相逢是缘，一切尽在不言中。坐，菜随便加，我让他们给你加副餐具。
看这位小姐的神态，简直像鲜花，像朝阳一样明朗，一看就是这里最有话语权的人。这么多好东西，真的可以请我吃吗？那我就不客气。
He didn't really need permission.
是你？哎，这位不是沈玉老师？
沈玉老师？
仔细一看，原来是沈玉老师的书迷呀。之前我在某次轻小说的书友会上认识了行秋，真是相见恨晚呐。能把沈玉老师的星座剖析得如此透彻的人，除了我以外，原来还有第二个。
温迪老师真是谦虚了，要论诗歌文采，还是你的功底更深厚。
所以，这位是行秋少爷的熟人。
对，而且萧应该也认得我吧？前一阵刚聊过天呢。
对。
Oh, that was
越接
cute.
近海灯节，妖邪越是蠢蠢欲动。节日前夕，我正在迪花洲一带巡逻，碰巧遇到了这位。
才过几天就忘了，职业是吟诗。
Ooh, no, Zhao knows exactly who he
我在
is.
迪花洲卖唱嘛。
这位吟游诗人，那时正在迪花洲演奏，乐声悠扬动听，令人心情和缓。我忍不住多听了一阵。
All these people in this game pretending not to know each other.
原来如此。我也了解了。我是钟离，
Is it
现于
though?
往生堂就职，很高兴能认识您这位新朋友。
他的上司就是我啦。如果
Also
对客卿
hi,
的
Dread.
工作有什么不满，可以告诉我。
堂主费心了。
怪不得，只有这样聪明可靠的老板，才能招到看上去就很厉害的下属嘛。
温迪真会说话。我的这位客卿确实厉害，上知天文，下知地理，古往今来的事情无一不知，无一不晓。有时看他说话老成的样子，我都怀疑他也是哪位仙人微服私访呢。
Who tells a little shit?
大圣，你就是仙人，那你来说说，有这个可能吗？
抱歉，我只擅长降魔，才疏学浅，未曾听闻。
是这样的吗？
And we're just sitting there.
是像 我觉得你很有文化，懂得很多呀。
With all this knowledge in our brains, knowing exactly who these people are.
确实，萧他是个武人，平时也不怎么进城，不懂这些很正常啦。
哎，这样吗？我倒是对钟离先生的大名有些耳闻，听酒馆里客人们念叨过，说是有个彬彬有礼的青年人来了蒙德最好的酒馆却不喝酒，硬是点了一杯名字拗口的热茶。
这么一说，我也记起来了。蒙德似乎是有那样一号艺术家，传闻他文雅随和，作品又灵动鲜活，即便被誉为蒙德最好的吟游诗人，也不为过。
说的我都不好意思了。
Not looking
其
so
实
good.
蒙德诗歌
Really?
整体也就那样了，创作水平有限。比如前些日子
Do you
听过一首《古宅换新，迎入春风》。
I don't know about the text person that you're currently using, but for the text person that I use, you can claim like expenses because you the cosplays and stuff that you use to make the YouTube videos. I think you could count that as like a business expense or something, because I know that I can do that with like computer parts or office furniture, that kind of stuff. You're claiming, okay, good.
心秋，我说啊，回去后能借我几本书看看吗？选你觉得文笔好的。不知道是不是我的文学水平不达标，有点听不出好坏呢。
我觉得可能不是你的问题。
重云说的对，不是我们的问题。
有道理啊。
She is very cute.
话说回来，卖唱的为什么会在这里？也是来参加海灯节的吗？
听说璃月今年要办海灯音乐节，我作为诗歌创作者，怎么忍得住诱惑不来看看呢？艺术就是要相互碰撞，才能产生灵感的火花嘛。说起来，主办活动的那位枫丹朋友，我在石门附近见过他。红色巡回终于举办成功了一次。
I love when Gorba is with her though, because he always gets up to nonsense like in the background.
我们之间可不能这么客气啊。说起来，我之前见你们陆续进入星月轩，却没有一个人发现我在边上呢。该说是我藏得太好呢，还是有些人无视了风声呢？
每到海灯节，璃月港都人声鼎沸，
Venti's
大家忙
face.
着赏灯逛街，情致到了，难免即兴出游。谁都不好预测他人的动向。
You hate how Paimon is sitting with them? You mean floating?
庆典进展顺利，新朋旧友相聚，本是一件值得庆贺的美事。能在新年伊始与诸位相聚于此，真是令人开怀。此情此景，请允许我以茶代酒，敬大家一杯。
钟离先生说得好啊，替我把想说的话都讲完了。
Still counts as sitting. Do you just hate that she's there, or you hate how she's doing it?
我一个不速之客突然闯进聚会，没有给大家添太多麻烦吧？在蒙德，这种时候我们都是喝酒的，但钟离先生坚持喝茶，那我也用茶水敬大家一杯，多谢款待了。
客气客气，本堂主做东，大家吃好喝好，新年登高。之所以只有茶，也是考虑到餐后大家可能还有活动嘛。他们两位突然开始敬茶，我们要不要？
何时慌张？可以。
二位已经吃好了吗？出去透透气，消消食也不错。那我也。其实， 吧，一定要回来哦。
Paimon now has separation anxiety. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but she's become more and more clingy as time has gone on.
走吧，你先请。
She's not so bad in Chinese, her son. I don't know. I don't mind the Chinese Paimon at all. Her voice is actually very sweet. All of the Chinese voice actors did a really great job.
你还好吗？
You like Paimon in other languages? Chinese is the only one I have patience for.
一言难尽。
Delete all the Paimon.
不是场面的问题。
No, not Chinese
从前新
Paimon.
人里也有不少喜欢聚会闲聊的家伙，不时叫上大家一起喝酒吃茶。我也被硬拉去过很多次。
Paimon is the
但新人
best.
们各司
What
所
the heck,
长，
Dan?
大多心高气傲。
You can't tolerate me whispering for 5 minutes, but you've got that tiny little banshee screeching in your ear? No ways.
而这次嘛，
Oh wait, that makes sense. You like noise. This makes more sense. Yeah.
不，
Go back to Fortnite.
你果然知道他的身份，我就直说了。风神生性自由，脾气也如同他的笛声一般自在。这样的神，希望和人类融洽相处，轻而易举。而这，大概是我永远做不到的事情。确实是你会说的话，无妨。我清楚我的情况，所以偶尔想到与你正常相处的样子，总感觉反常又新奇。
Hassan, are you writing curse words in my chat?
胡堂主此番邀请，实在难以推脱。前来赴约时，我已有了心理准备。他说，只请了和元素力有缘分的朋友，我便知道你会在。只是没想到，其他的客人。
Norwegian curse words.
常说，应当及时行乐。
Dan, what are you teaching this boy? It's bad enough he's learning sussy things from
或许指的
Kai.
就是这种感觉吧。不过，他指的应该是他给周围人设计的服装，那些衣物设计精美，只是穿着起来过于不便。肤舍大哥向来不卖他面子。
Oh, this is the one
帝
that
君一直很喜欢，收藏了不少。他如今所穿的衣物，也是星源大将的手笔。
No, I knew what you were saying, Hassan.
没想到
I knew what you were saying.
找到了，原来你们在这里。
It's not the first time y'all been saying such things in my chat. I
不
know.
会，有事。
刚刚看大家都吃饱了。
But then he said he wasn't sure if he spelled it correctly.
你们迟迟不回，泰蒙有点着急，连点心都吃不出甜咸啦。其实我也有点担心啦。萧上仙刚刚有些坐立不安，我还以为是吃不惯这里的食物，想要回望舒客栈找颜笑做菜呢。
没有，让你多虑了。怎么会？既然如此，
Zhao. Why would I? And then he looks back at us like, I'm tired of you, man.
还有别的事情？那这些是今天专门给你们带来的。
这是杏仁豆腐。
Aww.
自从上次厨王争霸赛以来，我和颜笑也算是好对手、好朋友了。有时会去望舒客栈找他讨论做菜。听他说，客栈顶上的贵客最喜欢他做的杏仁豆腐，所以就找他请教了一番。实不相瞒，这次胡桃请客之前，其实悄悄地找过我，说过
You
要请哪些
did.
客
You
人
did
来，
miss it.
问我应
Sorry.
该点哪些菜比
It
较
was
合
very
适。
good though.
所以我就提前做了几份杏仁豆腐，准备带给你们，就当是感谢大家平素关照我啦。得知是为你们准备的，锅巴也热心。
You know when Genshin, like in the beginning when it first started, I really wanted to cosplay Xiangling.
让你们费心了。
But this girl literally be walking around in booty shorts. I was like, perhaps not.
我会收下，多谢你。还有，锅巴。
不客气。哦，对，我的杏仁豆腐口感和味道可能没法和妍笑做的一样，有什么改进建议的话，请一定要跟我讲。
She's wearing the bedonkiest bedonk shorts I've ever seen.
就是这件事啦。
Very simply a curtain for her ass cheeks. Meanwhile, Yoimiya, I mean, even she's wearing like shorty shorts. I guess they're more kind of like bloomers. For Yae, she's also very open. And I had to wear what I call my dignity shorts. It's basically shorts that I wear with anything that has like a short skirt or a short dress to protect my dignity. And I guess to protect other people's eyes, but you know. Hi, Angel Lady! How are you? Easy access, Dan! What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm good. I'm surviving the day. I should probably take more painkillers though. Do you play Genshin, Angel Lady?
你这家伙竟然这样说我！那我不仅让你知道什么叫时间观念有误，还要让你知道什么叫食量观念有误。你的点心归我了。
抱歉，久等了。
Very sus. Yeah, I agree. Very sus.
没什么正事儿。
On a Thursday, Dan. Of all the days to be saying such sus things, why on a Thursday? You don't? You like watching it though? Oh, that's fair. I actually have quite a few people sitting in chat who are here to spectate. They've tried playing but maybe didn't enjoy it as much.
没有。不过本堂主为了讨个好彩头，现编了一个。择物不如撞物。
Oh, look how beautiful their outfits are. Oh my god.
烧了这么久，里面的香料也快燃尽了。
Like whom? Whomst?
身份最尊贵的客人为大家
Like you, fool. And her son.
意为生生不息，祝愿新的一年。
And I don't think Puggy plays.
原来如此，好意象。
I don't think Papa T plays. Epic Bubble definitely doesn't play. You're not here for Genshin? Are you here simply to throw onigiris at my head? And cover my UID? Imagine playing Genshin? Yeah. Fucking nerds. Ah, Dan! Give me peace, man. You want me to get primos? I'm getting free primos. And now you hindering my opportunities here, man. You missed the rap? Do you want me to? I'm sure I can find it on YouTube's. We can watch it again.
哎，不行，你这属于下属乱拍上司马屁了。都说了要让贵客来。 我这个做东的怎么能算在内呢？既然吃了一桌好饭，那还不如让在座的唯一大厨香菱来比较好。哎，是这么算的吗？可这顿饭不是我做的呀。哎，小问题了。你们看啊，香菱，仙人的亲传弟子，炉灶之魔神的同行伙伴，逐月节冠军得主。 著名饭店万民堂唯一继承人，本堂主的老友之一，难道不够格吗？怎么感觉名号越说越回去了
？This is so cute.
说的我都不好意思了。那要这么算的话，难道璃月港最大的商会之一飞云商会家的二少爷不高兴吗？
They're all just throwing each other under the bus. They're just taking turns.
有商会少爷点香，大家来年一定发大财。
没这个道理吧？而且发财虽好，还是不如身体健康、平安喜乐来的重要。所以说，应当让擅长驱邪、保护大家家宅平安的重云方式来才行。啊，还有我的事呢。有降魔大圣在，怎么也轮不到我吧？
It's a very Chinese thing to throw each other under the bus.
在座的只有萧上仙一位仙人，那定当我拒绝。我绝不是在做身份最
Zhao just very simply no. Wait. Zhao be like, hold on. No. Zhao be like, no, it's not happening.
定能明辨。在座有一个人与所有人都熟识。
You guys couldn't see Chongyun, but he folded his arms after everyone else did it.
虽然你这家伙总是损我，但的确人缘很好，和所有人都认识呢。
Oh man.
啊，不对，我刚刚说不要理你了来着。啊，还有吗？
All their arms. Not this long ass cutscene again. Yeah, Yoda was playing this yesterday.
这可真是突然。
我赞成，这个人选好。要是没有一个坚持陪同的伙伴，漫长的旅途就会变成一场无尽的荒野。一旦有了说笑打闹的朋友，所有的景色都会变得多姿多彩。
Was I right about Huta rap? Oh no, I'd already seen it, Yoda. I already knew that the Chinese one was superior.
可若是没有派蒙，这些故事也会单调不少。你的旅途能平安顺利。
I think someone sent it to me, or I had it spoiled somehow.
天哪，突然这样被夸，我好不习惯。那个，大家都是真心的吧？谢谢你。 虽然你刚刚让我等了好久，但我不生你的气啦。
派蒙不必在意，朋友之间就是会互相打闹的。好像的确是。
所以派蒙对旅行者而言，就像锅巴对我来说一样重要吧？看样子大家对选派蒙都没什么意见。
我赞成旅行者的选择。
那就这么定了。接下来，由世界上最厉害的旅行者的最棒的伙伴。 向导、挚友、派蒙，来为大家重新点上熏香。来，派蒙，火柴拿好，别烧到手哦。
So you let me go on and on again. Listen, I'm not ever gonna burst your bubble, homie. If you want to tell me something, I'm gonna let you tell me. If you send me memes I've already seen before, I'm gonna respond to them as if it's the first time I'm seeing them. Wow, why must I burst your bubble? Because maybe you get joy from sharing something with me, you know? Why would I take that away from you? If I had to respond to every person who sent me things that I've seen before or told me things that I've heard before, they would stop sending me things. They would stop telling me things. So all I do is say thank you. Does that not make sense? And if people do that to me as well, because I'm forgetful, so I forget I've sent things, I would always send Jargon the same fucking memes over and over again because I'd forgotten I'd already sent them to him. And sometimes I'd send him things that he sent me. Imagine he just responded, I've seen that one every time. $10, you saw the meme I sent you before. I just thought it was cute. Yeah, you sent... Oh wait, the one from you? Okay, I can't remember which one you sent me. But Hooded sends me stuff all the time that I've seen before. I didn't say nothing. For what? Why burst the bubble?
是呢，茶也很香。咱们之间不用说这些客气话，下次本堂主请客，你们记得再来就行了。我看看，夜路不好走，我送香菱、行秋和重云他们回去，剩下的客人就请客卿照会一下吧。
不必， 我接下来要往海上走，
Did
去
you
见
just say
见船上的
booby?
朋友，就不劳烦
What?
钟离先生大驾了。你应该知道我说的地方在哪儿。
Oh yes, the
有空
one with the
来找
little
我玩。
with the German Shepherd. I did actually see that one before.
很高兴认识各位。等春风拂过的时候，我们再
Let's
相
meet
会吧。
again when the spring breeze begins to blow.
今后有机会一起写诗。
I'm not crying, you guys are crying.
那我们也先走一步。哦，对了，可晴，待会儿记得回一趟堂里，我还有事情找你。
Oh?
明白，堂主慢走。
Oh, she was talking to him?
那么，接下来
Oh.
帝君，
叫我钟离就好。我如今在璃月港以凡人之姿生活，不过是芸芸众生中一员罢了。日出而作，日落而息。若论辈分，钟离这个普通人，应当敬称降魔大圣一句上仙。
不敢。
Oh, poor baby! They're bullying him. I'm gonna bully him too.
怎么你也？
这番话并不算是玩笑。听说今年海灯音乐节期间，你们和歌尘浪士真君、流云借风真君有过交流，想来又得知了不少往事吧？同一事实，在不同人视角中呈现不同模样。随着记录者增多
Only bully for Zhao. He's too serious.
我曾与一位名叫索拉雅的须弥学者畅谈古今，对他的研究课题有所了解。从他寻到的证据和由此得出的推论来看，他所研究的部分已经较为贴近事实。但人以及魔神都是有很多面的。
Does anybody get
人类的文化传说中，留有许多或高高在上
like a strong, overwhelming desire to just
但对我
pull on Zhongli's rat tail?
流云借风真君
Because I don't think I could focus on anything if I saw someone with such long
那些
hair.
出尘的仙人和神明，
But it's like
更该说
such
是
a
身
small
边闲
amount.
谈
I would
打
just
趣的
wanna
同伴
yoink
彼时
it,
彼景，亦如此时此刻。
but also kick the back of his knees when I do it so the man falls over.
但对旅行者来说就不一样了。所以说，有些事情无需介怀。
钟离大人的意思是，
看你的样子，大概已经明白了。堂主叫我送送各位，但以你们的能力，应当是不需要我的陪护了。夜色正美，我也想四处转转。闲逛之后，就该回去与堂主碰面了。那我先行一步，各位再会。
I wonder how early he has to wake up in the morning to do his makeup. All of these boys with their their red eyeshadow.
每次这种热闹的氛围结束后，心里都有些怅然若失。不过还好你会一直陪着我。不对，应该是最尊贵的向导派蒙会一直陪着旅行者。你心里清楚就好。需要接下来准备做些什么吗？要不要我们陪你在璃月港转转？
不用。此番逗留已经远超我预计的时间。城中灯火虽好，也该回去了。这次事出突然，多谢你的关照。那么，下次再会。
Bunny chow! Oh my god. Is that what you have right now, Cupcake? I was curious. I was nosy. Also, there's a picture of me on Papa T's TV, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty poggy woggies. Alright. Are we... We're not Dunzos, are we? Oh, we are Dunzos! What? I don't want to unlock this yet. I reckon we can go start this maybe. I don't know how long this is, this event, but... You have bunny chow and naan? Bro, where's mine? I would straight up just eat the naan by itself, to be fair. Don't need nothing. This guy? What?
你好，欢迎来到聚沙厅，有兴趣接一些委托工作吗？
有没有
Obviously
那
not.
种毫不费力，站着就能拿魔蜡拿到手软的工作？
I was gonna ask Google what a bunny chow is. It's basically bread and curry.
这样的委托确实还没有，不过我这里有一些比较简单的居民请求，报酬分别
So they take like half a loaf of bread. They pull the soft inside bits of the bread out. They put curry in. And then you just eat it like that. It's super fucking good. I haven't had one, I think, since I lived in Durban, which was several years ago. The more the better.
阿芬迪先生，有没有报酬更高些的委托？
啊，这样吗？我想想啊，最近西班多摩学院开设
You gonna have it? You gonna make your own?
正在有偿招募志愿者。西班多摩学院里有不少学者专攻地脉研究，对地脉数据的需求很大，时常需要进入秘境调查地脉异常。这段时间里，他们有些人手不足，找了不少本院学生帮忙还不够，不得不大量招募志愿者。他们的报酬开得很高，相应的，对志愿者本身的素质要求也很严格。你们有兴趣吗？好，我来按招募流程确认下吧。首先，你是否能够熟练使用一种以上的武器？很好，那么你对元素的了解如何？是否能够使用元素力？旅行者是吧？
Thank you for the onigiris, Dreamy. Also, hi Pocahontas, how you doing?
我之后会协调。不过具体的工作接洽还得找加夫尔先生，但他今天有位重要访客需要接待，应该不在教林院内。按照院内访客接待标准流程，他今天应该会带访客去普斯帕咖啡馆。等访客接待时间结束，你们可以去和他谈谈。真是的，跟我联络的时候还说是急着招募志愿者，怎么还中途去接待访客了？到底什么人这么重要？
It isn't exactly gonna be the same, but the concept is, I mean, it's very, I think it's very straightforward. It's supposed to be like a pretty easy thing to eat. Instead of on top, we're gonna have it in the middle. Wait, what? What do you mean? In the middle of what? Do you mean like curry on bread? Just a curry sandwich? Oh yeah, actually hold on, that reminds me. Like a curry sandwich? You gotta do like bunny chow though. One day, it doesn't have to be today. Are you trying to learn Mandarin too? I'm not. I just like the Chinese voice actors a lot more. Especially Paimon. She's a lot more tolerable than all the other languages, in fact. Bunny chow better. Is it raining? Oh, we got sigils and a key. Damn, I actually don't know where any shrines are. I think the only shrines I have left are the ones in the desert, and I don't think I marked any of them. There's a mark here, I don't know what that is though. We can go have a look though. And then I also wanted to come here. But yeah, I think I really like the voice acting in Chinese compared to all the other ones. I played English very briefly in the beginning of the game. And then switched from that. And then at some point tried Chinese, and I just really, really liked it. I think one of the few characters that has basically an amazing voice in all the languages is Ito. His voice actors in all of the languages were really, really good. Whoa! Sweet! Oh, I got 2 keys there. Goddamn. I was hoping I was gonna get a wish. It's okay though. Okay, so I just want to quick check. Where can I find shrines? Because I'm sure there's some in the desert. There are some in the desert. And now? Oh, it's still working. We're good. We're good, we're good. Whoa. Where is this? Here somewhere? Yeah, let's go. I'm so like dialogued out. Because we've had to go through a fair amount of dialogue today. Oh, hello. Who is this? Oh, there's the shrine in the distance. Oh my god, seeing all these chests along the way. I still have a lot of exploration to do in this area. That's a nice looking chest. Okay, let's go back to where we were supposed to be going. This way. Before I got distracted. I don't even know what area that counts for, but that's fine. Yes, give us shiny things.
就只有这些吗？
Okay, and then the other one is over here. Let's see if we can go from here. These all seem to be just out in the open, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Ah, well. Yes, very out in the open. I know I've definitely come across that one before. Hey, little birdie. Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus Lord. Cool. I kind of wish they had different colors of the Sealies, because they had some in the past that were different colors. Would be good in this team. Who would you boot from this team to put him in? Oh, what's that? And there's a chest there. Let's focus. Yao Yao if you don't need a healer, otherwise Nahida. Nahida? No ways. Not my Archon. Not my Archon. How do I join your guild? Are you a high enough level? You can just apply and I'll add you. But if you start slacking, I'm gonna give you the boot. I'm gonna start kicking like inactive people, because there's a lot of people who would benefit from all of the rewards we get, but they don't actually do anything to help us. So it kind of sucks for the people who work really hard. Because we don't have more people helping. You're level 12? I'm not sure what level you need to be to join. Have you gotten like a notification or anything to say that you can join a guild? I honestly don't remember. You have the guild stuff? Alright, perfect. So it's just Bean Boozles when my game eventually logs in. Just search the name, yeah. What is this? Oh. The web event's ending. Sweet, and then there's one more that's somewhere over here. Let's see. Yeah, so it's just Bean Boozles. Like this. This game has too many systems and events, it's giving me anxiety. Just go through it all slowly. I'm going through the same with another game that I'm playing where there's just way too many things to look at, and I'm just like, where do I start? So yeah. Just take it slowly, take it easy. There's no need to rush. But yeah, you can just apply to the guild. Your kingdom needs to be level 40? Okay, hold on, wait. I changed that. Let me just take it down a notch. Alright, if you try now, it's set to 0. You should be able to join, and then I'll bump it back up. The thing is, like, I don't want, like, randos joining. Which is why I had the kingdom level set. Because I'll get people like level 20 that try to join. But then they don't play for like a year. And then I'm just like, okay. Why are you wasting my time? Hot boy utopia. Nice.
最近八重堂穿越意识的小说也太多了，就对自己的世界如此不满吗？
But yeah, if you do lose interest in the game, if you don't think you're gonna play anymore, just let me know and I'll give you the boot. I thought that was gonna be my village name, not my account name. Oh, thank you, Noah. Okay. Back to the Land of Power finally. Oh, did you have like a long one? Like a long load shedding? Actually, I don't know what my load shedding looks like today. I had 2 hours this morning. And then I have 2 hours tonight. That's not too bad. The chat is very pink. Because we're talking about Cookie Run. You have a long one, 8 to 12. I had that. I think I had that sometime this week. It was fucking awful. Alright, I still need to continue this shit so I can... Oh, yeah. Hi, Emulator! How are you? I saw you yesterday, I think, in Kitty Otter's chat. I wasn't chatting. Was it I think it was yesterday. I wasn't chatting, I was just major Loki's. But it's always interesting to see where everybody chills. Oh, it's in here.
Alex24456 screamed. 10 biddies.
Thank you, Alex. 24456. It sounded so funny the way that the TTS read that out, but thank you for the biddies. I hope you're having a lovely day. You lurk around, not much of a chatter most of the time. Ah. Yeah, that's me. I always lurk in people's channels. Definitely not to accumulate a large amount of channel points to then...
Alex24456 screamed. 10 biddies. Hi, waving
later.
hand.
Waving hand. Oh! What the heck? I just got an achievement for that? Guys. Waving hand. Yeah, just read it. Be attacked by the Weenut for the first time. I see. This is like the only Twitch channel I talk in. Oh, I feel special. Hey, Johnny. Thank you again, Alex, for the biddies there.
Excuse me.
Oh, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Waving hand. Hi, Lich. Oh my goodness, suddenly there's just lots of people here. Hello, people. Ray's doing okay. He is a-okay. Let's see. Where are these motherfuckers? This fucking Weenut's making my life difficult.
Alex24456 screamed. 10 biddies. Burrito. Taco. Celebratory hands in the air.
Burrito, taco, celebratory hands in the air. Thank you for the biddies, Alex. You sound like an AI. I mean, are you not people? Are you admitting to not being a people? Imagine how beautiful our children. I can't even read now. Okay. Where the fuck are the other things? I'm so confused. There's gotta be one under there, right? But then where's the rest? There's Weenuts. My anxiety! Who's chasing me? This motherfucker. Ain't no peace in this household. Whoop! Whoop! Will the Weenuts kill other things? That's what I want to know.
Alex24456 screamed. 10 biddies. McNuggies.
McNuggies? Thank you for the beaties. McBeaties? Where's that Weenut? Should I fight the red velvet dragon? Like in the guild battle? Or, I mean, you can. You probably won't do much, but do it anyway. Hi, OnlyFans! Bearded children. The children just pop out with magnificent beards. Imagine. Okay, let me just get waifu Yanthe out quickly. Where is she? Girly, let's go. Mm-hmm. The two green children and their pink moms. Okay. One. There's another one over here. I'm not reading that out loud, by the way, Hooded. It's not happening, man. You're gonna get one shot? That's fine. As long as you tried. Because the people that I'm looking at kicking are all people who just don't try. They have, for the last season and for the current season, there's 0 out of 0 attempts. And I'm just like...
Alex24456 screamed. 10 biddies. I nut you nut we nut. Waving hand.
Waving hand. Thank you for the biddies, Alex. There's the Weenut down there. But I want to know where are these other statues, because I feel like are my eyes not working? Are they somewhere nearby? This one I can't do because there's a wishy wishy over there on the thing. Don't wave that hand! Oh no. Yeah, especially not after that message, my goodness. Maybe I just can't see it for some reason. Ah! Ooh! Something up here, right? Oh, hello. Random tablet. I'll take that. Nay, brew. Am I just not see? I can't set this on fire. Oh! Okay, yes I can. Wait, but it didn't help. Thought maybe it would be hiding. Ooh! I got another achievement! What the heck? I'm not complaining. But I'm also unsure what I did. What did I do? The blind Weenut crashes her... The blind Weenut crash across the desert, and yet even such reckless charges do sometimes yield results. Oh, wait. Did it? Ha! You have to get the Weenut to... Ah! So what if you come here, bud? You want to come smack these rocks for me? Psst, psst. Thank you. Whoops. It's over there. Wow, thanks. Thanks, Noah. 10 out of 10. Very helpful. In case you didn't know, it's little spiky spikes. We're gonna go break this one next. No, 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 bud. Over here. Ta-da! Got him. Whoop! Hi, Aura! Hope you're doing good, homie. This music's intense. Holy shit. You spent 50 minutes and gave up? Well, there we go. You gotta use your Weenuts. You wanna fucking go, man? You wanna fucking go? You wanna take us outside? Yeah, that's what I thought, Beach. There's another one of these? Oh, yeah? Did you use your Weenut, though? Tired from mowing the lawn. Oh my goodness. At this hour? You gotta mow the lawn like in the beginning of the day. Otherwise you risk melting outside. I guess the weather's kinda nicer now, but I still wouldn't, you know, afternoon mowing of the lawn. It's a bit warm. Oh. Okay, cool. Very, very simply in front of my face there, thanks. Also, what do you mean 18k hit with Nahida? Ah, little buddy. The grass is wet, so that's it. Oh no! Is it kind of like one of your chores, Aura? You have to do it? Destroy all the rocks in an area? I see. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh no! Hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, 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 chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Y'all caught me at a spicy time. I'm getting chased by the Weenut. Hello, motherfucker. Is he gonna give me peace? Is it safe? Okay, let me just escape for a moment. Vic! Oh my goodness. Thank you for the raid. Shit, bitch. How you doing? my brain, my heart, everything is just like sprinting right now because I had to sprint in Genshin, so now my brain is not working. My day is going okay, Vic. My power is going out like in an hour, 20 minutes. But yeah. Otherwise, I'm doing good. And also, thank you to... Is it Rukamaru? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Pretty good today. You had an awesome stream. Oh, man. That's so cool.
Screamed, you woo.
You woo. Hi, Fuzzy. You woo? You've been having internet issues the past few days? Oh, no. You go through this on the usual. Yeah. If it's not our water, our electricity, it's our internet. Oh, man. In fact, the whole of yesterday I had no water, so that was very not fun. But also, welcome to all the raiders. Shadow Wolf. I almost read that as Shadow Wolf Blader. Cinnamon Watermelon. Fozzie, of course. Alex?
Alex24456 screamed. 10 biddies. Going to bed. Good night.
Nighty
Waving
night.
hand.
Sweet dreams. Thank you for the biddies again. Fuzzy, of course. I'm Elise. I don't know if I read that correctly. I'm Elise. Knife the Rider, Synonym. Of course, Vic himself. Did we do shouty outies? Let me just make again. Whoa, Kaya and Chuya's wine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing? I was actually telling someone about you the other day, Vic, because of your Ito emote with the ab stroke. 10 out of 10. Where is it? Where is this? Why so many emotes? I'm scrolling forever. Please give me peace. There it is. This one. Please. Please and thank you. The sussiest anime name. Yes. When I read it, because everyone was writing Weenut in the chat, and I was like, guys, you can't be writing this in the chat. Don't be telling us what you're doing. No, it's actually the name of the enemy. I'm Elise. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Yeah, the name is just very Kaya, Miko, or Chuya. You got all the names there. I'll maybe call you Kaya since it's right at the beginning. Close to pronunciation. I'm glad. Weenut. But yes, for all my peoples that were already here, if you guys don't know Vic, Vic is a wonderful Genshin Impact streamer. Community is very crazy, but it's always a blast being in his chat. It's always welcoming. Sometimes it's a little sussy. Sometimes it's cozy. You know, you got it all over there. But yes, very wonderful person, very thoughtful, very kind. And just nice to be part of his community. So if you're not already a part of it, go there. Get in there. It's only sussy because I'm there. It's true, Fozzie. You bring the sus, but it's okay. Simping for Ito. Listen here. Listen here. What do you mean I'm simping for Ito? What do you mean? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Ignore that it's rank 1. I'm poor, okay? But couldn't be me. Not that it's true. You're back. You had to get out of class. No worries, Cinnamon. How are you doing? Also, I'm probably missing messages. I promise it's not personal. I'm just very distracted. Hi, Rich. I'm doing good today. How are you? I'm still in pain, but it's okay. We smile through the pain, yeah? Ba, 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 ba. Fozzie is the heat icon. He's the spice icon. Bring the chili pepper. I dropped in stream right when he ended, so I found 2 streamers at the same time. Oh, hell yeah! That's very nice. Can I see your Ito? You've already seen my Ito. I had him reviewed on Vic's stream. Your cosplays on Twitter have been so immaculate. Thank you! Thank you, Vic. Vic also cosplays, by the way. So if you guys like cosplay and Genshin and good vibes in chat, check out Vic, 100%. Go. He's also got a very cute little poopy that you see on stream sometimes, and you can pet him. Make Ray do Ito cosplay for Valentine's Day. Ray would never cosplay. He's like, nah, I'm good, thanks. I thought that was Fozzie's Ito for a second. How are we not friends in EU? Yeah, Fuzzy, explain. Make it make sense. You have seen my boy, though. You have seen him. Ba, 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 ba. That seems the direction my Alhai term is going. And my gay heart can't handle him, right? I have someone else in chat whose gay heart can't handle Alhai term, so I totally understand that. Wow, y'all Shishin! You already seen this man! You've seen him! No sheesh. It's me, I'm the gay, yes. Musical Rich is the gay. The full-time gay, in fact. He cosplayed for you? Oh, I'm gonna go talk to him then, Noah. Why is my boyfriend cosplaying for other guys? Please. We'll get along just fine. Part-time gay. I'm part-time gay. Is anyone else part-time gay? Not all of us can be full-time gays. We go be part-time. Anyway, am I adding you, Fozzie? I need to boot someone off my friends list for you. So you better live up to the hype. I do not have a lot of like non-IRL people as friends. So this one will forever make me sad. Because this person's been playing since the beginning. And they haven't played in a long time. And they were one of my first friends. And now they're gone! Ah! J-Tran! Thank you for coming through on the raid. You gonna make food? Of course, of course. Oh, jeez. My head is spinning. Please do not perceive me. But yes, enjoy, enjoy. Go rest up as well. Go stretchy your legs. Go give a poopy a head pats, belly rubs. But yes. I thought it was Fozzie's Ito, then I remembered about every streamer I watch has C6 Ito. Yeah, I got him kind of accidentally to C6. Which sounds like a weird thing to say, but yeah. You're late? No, it's okay. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to, J-Tran, so no worries. You're here when you want to be here, so it's all good. The green snake waiting to attack you? I know. Kaya, I'm scared, because the second I get out of here, he's gonna... Yeah, anyway, words. It's gonna nuts. Okay, I said I had to remove someone, yeah? I'm gonna get rid of this person called Bubble, because they're a little shit. Or maybe this one. This one is only AR-58. This person called Noir. That's a weak sauce. If you need me, I'll be here, and they haven't been on in months. No! Unfriend. Anyway, Fozzie, what was your... Oh, hold on, wait, guys. Okay, I need to ask a favor of everyone. Can everyone close their eyes for like a second? No looking, okay? Everyone close your eyes. If you don't close your eyes, I'll know. I just need to... Okay, we're good. Why are they rolling? They see me rolling. Dan! You chocolate-covered fuck. Shoot! Shoot!
I am always watching.
What the fuck? Mao. That gave me such a fright. I was like, who? Whomst? Mime? Mimegami? I don't know how to read that. Oh god, I can't read. Does this help cover it? No, 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 no. No cover. No cover. My head's too big. But thank you. Oh, friend request. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we were doing. Sorry, I had to... Listen, because I'm doing the... Oh, thank you, Fozzie. Because I'm doing the Genshin Impact streamer thing, like my UID has to be visible. I just saw your emotes. They're so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I do have quite a few Genshin Impact ones. There's Kale. You found the Kale one. There's Tonari. There's Hu Tao. There's an Amber. Actually, there's a lot. There's a lot. I think there's only 2 different artists in... No? 3. 3 different artists. And they should all be on my profile. Whoa. Why don't you just paste a screenshot and bring it to the front? Because the whole background is going to constantly change and I don't want... Ow, there we go. I got smacked by the wee nuts. I don't want Hoyoverse to think I'm like lying about my UID. Like, like trying to cheat the system or whatever. That's why. I thought about it and I was like, no, the background's gonna keep changing, so... So... Put it on green screen? I'm not smart enough to do that. I have a small brain. Yes, yes. The scenario emotes is very cute. There's somewhere also his little tail as well. Can you give me a moment to think, sir? I need to find where this guy's friends are. I also didn't even introduce myself to the raiders because I was so, like, flustered. Welcome, everybody, for the new peepos. I'm just breaking my neck over here. Hold on, let me turn a light on. It's getting donk in here. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact, but I play a lot of other games as well. I also study Japanese from time to time. Oh, and I cosplay. Vic did mention before, but I have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, if you want to see some of my cosplays. I have a TikTok, but I'm very bad at using it because I'm a boomer. And what else? I sometimes do VTuber, sometimes FleshTuber.
Excuse me.
Junior! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Also, I think I do have my UID as a command. I do! There's my UIDs. However, it needs to be visible in the video. In your actual broadcast, it needs to be visible, so... Ito abs. Also, don't apologize for being late. It's all good. Yeah, I guess it's if they ever do auditing, they want to make sure that people aren't, like, scamming the system, you know? Not sure why anyone would do that anyway, but... Besides the point. I actually didn't know that your UID had to be visible until someone mentioned it to me and I was like, oh shit. That's when I started removing the oops. Listen, it's not bad enough I have to deal with the wee nuts. I got you guys as well. Peanut gallery. Bothering me. Alright, where's this thing's friends? Not these friends though. Are these guys hamgary? That one is. Okay, this is fine. Whoops! Is that other guy gonna get up now? Can you not add in a physics object in the VTuber thingy that is transparent where the UID is? Not that I'm aware of. I know what you mean though, because I had another program that did that for something else. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I know what you're saying. The wee nuts is the death of people. For realsies, not for play though, because this thing is like, I'm just trying to solve my puzzle over here and this thing's bothering me. Give me peace, man. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, well, let's try. Let's try anyway. Maybe we can just cycle through them. It will unlock at some point, hopefully. There we go! Haha! Masterful hacks. You can use elemental... Oh, really? Whoop! I did not know that. So what will they look like? There we go. So this is not a live one then? Because he just been chinchillin like that? Ah, I see. How have I been playing Genshin this long and I didn't know that? You killed his best friend who was guarding him? Oh, whoops. Maybe his best friend shouldn't have been fucking around. Because then he found out, you know. Maybe the hard way. That sounds like a him problem. Alright. Hi, Joggin. Why you Kappa? Kappa why? I've told you like 4 times. Did I deny when you said it, or did I just never remember? Because the second option there definitely seems like the more likely one. No, stop telling me to go that way. I can't do that one. So that means none of them. Cool. Oh! Only a few minutes in and I already love the stream. Sadly gonna have to sleep. Yeah, no worries, Kaya. Of course. Please go get sleepies. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed your time here though. But yeah, I stream usually Mondays to Fridays. My country's a bit of a shithole, so sometimes we don't have power. But I try my best. So we'll see you. We'll see you around. But please do take care of yourself. His friend was playing a stupid game and won a stupid prize. Truly he did. Be careful, there's a few Kaya haters in here. There are, for some reason. We had someone in here earlier who was previously a Kaya main, but is now a Yao Yao main, which I thought was an interesting transition. For some reason. I still don't understand the hate. I really don't. I don't care for him myself. I have not played him at all. Where is he? Somewhere at the... But his friendship is 10. I think, is he currently holding... Oh yeah, he's got Kazuha's weapon on currently. He was just holding it for me. And then Farazan is holding Kazuha's artifacts. So... He is here to hold a sword for me. Sorry to say. As long as it's not an anime character, Teto will like them. No, that's not true at all, Rich. That's not true at all. I love... this one. Because my character's also a Tanuki. We matchies. I love Sayu. She's adorable. And in English, she's voiced by Lily Pichu. She's very cute and very sleepy. I love her. 10 out of 10. And then I also... One of my... Oh wait, she's in my party currently. Sucrose! A sweet baby! I love her. She's making weird noises now, but she's a sweet baby. She's a good baby. Not liking Zhao? I didn't say I don't like him. But I love Sucrose and Sayu. Who doesn't? Animo erasure? No, it's not erasure at all. I am waiting for Kazuha to come out so I can pull for him. But you know, Tato hates Xiao. Why y'all putting words in my mouth? I never said I hated him. I just said I didn't love him. Kaya. You see, it's fine. It's fine like that. Need to make some salads? Wait, what? Should I spend all my crystals on this Milky Way banner? Kind of, because Milky Way is actually a really good cookie at the moment, Noah. I would say go for it. They recently pushed out one of the higher tier cookies. Just because their debuff is like really, really good. You forgot about Kaya, Fozzie? What the heck, man? You're gonna die. Not because of me, but you know. You have hands? Oh my god. Sayu Supremacy? She's so cute, man. So cute. But yeah, I have Zhao. I've had him for a long time. And then also, the one anime character that made anime characters seem fun was this boy, Hazel. Because before that, I didn't really enjoy playing anime characters, but he was pretty fun. He's a pretty fun character. Salad is a team that has sucrose in it? What? Why? Because she tosses the salad? Which is a euphemism for something else. You got her in your second 10 pull? Hell yeah. She's very fucking cute, Noah. I love her. Although, to be fair, there's a lot of very cute cookies in that game. You put more dedication into your anime boys instead of your main? Oh no. Who is your main? Is Kaya your main? You got 2? Oh, that's good. So when you get duplicates, it's like Genshin. Like, they get constellations. It gets more and more expensive to level them, though. Which means that it becomes harder and harder to get them to, like, 5-star. And it's basically just a stat boost. Like, they don't unlock anything new or anything like that. I was busy with something. What was I doing? My head is empty. Whoa! This away. Oh, there's a boy up there. And there's the chest. We'll leave those guys down there doing whatever they're doing. Seems dangerous to disturb them. Beto is your main. Oh, for realsies! Kaya is too hard to build. I love him, but I'm not gonna suffer. Yeah. He's, I'll be honest, not a character I ever really looked at. I definitely ditched those, like, free characters, like, right in the beginning. Is your friend gonna wake up? Yes, he is. Whoop! Nice. Scuffed gameplay. But we killed them nonetheless. You suffered too much on the anime wars. No more suffering for men. Time to suffer for women then. Up? The audacity to tell me to climb. This is fine though. Let's maybe not climb with the chibi. I kind of have like 3 mains. So nice. Yayumiko being one of them. Ayaka and Ito. Cause I have my Aggravate team with Yayumiko. I have Geo team with Ito, obviously. And then I have a Freeze team with Ayaka. Oh, that is not the character I thought it was. That felt mean of me. Why did I come up here? There was a chest, right? Shit. Up? More up? Jesus. Yes, yes, yes. Don't sleep late. Of course, of course. Please go sleepies. And if I see you sending another message, I'm gonna time you out. So then you have to go. You have to go sleeps. But yes, thank you for chilling with us. Very nice to meet you today. Sweetest dreams, and we'll see you soon. Look at these sleepy boys. Minding their own business. Oh, Jesus! Whoop! Whoop! Oh, Jesus! Lord! That guy exploded. You really didn't have to do that, but I wanted the chest, so I had to. I needed the chest, therefore they needed to die. Ah, I thought they'd put something in here. I thought they're gonna be sneaky peepos. Oh? I heard the noise, but I don't see the thing. Is it more up? Up? Oh, there's that big burb. I guess we gotta go fight him now. You have food and caffeine? Hell yeah. I'm doing okay. I need a painkiller. At some point. But how are you? The audacity of this chicken wing. Please don't fly away, you stinky bird. I'm guessing the little birds flew down at some point. Sleepy! It's a bit early. Oh, how's our thing going? 44? Goddamn. You've got caffeine but no food yet? You haven't eaten today, Rich? Do I need to fight with you? I'm not really in a fighting mood today, but I can make a plan. If you need to be fought with, I can fight with you. You don't do drugs? Oh, you've only been awake for 2 hours? I mean, okay, that's fair. Do you just have like a really strange sleeping pattern then, Rich? Ooh. There's a boy. That's fair. Do you think the Muso no Hitachi gets sweaty in there? Oh, in her the Booba sword? I wonder. She's in the desert. What the fuck? She's in the desert currently, so I can only imagine, you know, that boob sweat. Honestly, I should just switch to another character, but also lazy. You bitch! Ah! Rest in pieces, motherfucker. Big robots. We really need a quick swap teams. Yeah, definitely. To make use of Ayaka or Mona for that instead, because that's a lot less painful. Yelan, Sai, Ayaka, Mona. Make these easy and quick. Oh, because none of them can fall off. I didn't know about Sayu though. That's quite interesting. This hot water bottle is cold as fuck, man. My life is a lie. Manifesting Baiju old sprints. Riding on the snake. Seems very unlikely. I agree. No, Paimon! Paimon, no! Oh, you little cow. This is why nobody likes you, Paimon, just saying. A lot is going on right now? Yeah? Why? What do you mean? Guys, I'm so tired. My body is like so fucking over everything. And I'm like, oh my god, Paimon, please give me peace in my heart, in my soul! As we say in South Africa, Futsak! Good god. Paimon being a shit. Raiden unaliving. Yeah. I'm just gonna take a moment to have some radishes thrown into my asshole, curveballing around my entire body to hit me in the ass. Thanks for that, Yuegwe. Much appreciated. Who doesn't want a radish up their ass? Eating those radishes backwards. That's how you talk shit. Oh man. Raiden's done her fair share of talking shit, so it makes sense. You don't want that? Yeah? You don't want a radish up your ass? Kinda weird of you to say that, Noah, out loud where other people can hear you. Might want to reconsider. Oh wait, that was Dan who said that. Dan, you don't want a radish up your ass? I mean, that's fine. Can't fault the older generation for not understanding the kids' things. Sorry, I saw pink. Even though you're a different shade of pink, I just saw pink. So close-minded and close butthole. Oh my god. Yes. Also, I need to not explore everywhere. Because when I get Shinher, I want to be able to stand next to her. Like next to a chest. And have it say like, magnificent chest. And then I can take a screenshot and not use another person's screenshot for that same thing. If y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. In the rock? Oh. I'm dying. No, stop pointing that way. I don't want to go get that one. I don't know where it is. Was that thunder? Whoa. Oh, I have been in here before. We came here for the story. There's a chest this way? I think that is thunder, guys. I really hope Shinha happens. I'd be so sad if she didn't. Right? Because I've been hyping myself up for how long now? Probably months at this point. Like, yeah, I'm saving up for the girly. I have 195 wishes currently. The rest is all going into Baiju Fund. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Did I open enough chests? You've got most of her boss stuff farmed up already. Would be Kazuha all over again. Oh yeah, how long did you wait for Kazuha, actually? Because you had him farmed months before. Fruity's time! Tell us how it is, Hooded. Shenhe and Baiju double banner. No, I don't think I could handle 3 patches. Jesus. I mean, to be fair, she's now over a year, well over a year, that she hasn't had a banner, so you know. Ooh, there are 2 wishes there. Wishes. Really, what I want is these ones, because I'm like, I don't know, 67 pity or something? I can't remember exactly, but I'm very close. It was the leak that got me, but then they were like, nope, it's JK lol. Goodbye. Goodbye to your hopes and dreams. Yeah, I'm very close to getting a 5-star on this banner. Dun 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 dun. What is that, 68? So it's getting there. Slowly but surely. Oh yeah, hold on. I was supposed to be doing this event, right? No, this one. Lol. Do you have any undesirable character that you could raise? Plenty. Why, Aura? I hit my standard pit yesterday and you got denim? Jean. Oh no, I'm sorry. What con do you have her though? Because I think C2 Jean is really good. I just want a single 5-star catalyst. Is that too much to ask? You don't have any 5-star catalyst? Oh, that's what you mean. No, you see, the problem is because I have... So I have all of these characters, right? But I need to fight the bosses. Because I just do not have those materials laying around. I mean, they're the closest, to be fair. Oh, that's actually not too bad. You guys think I should go do a couple boss fights? They're definitely far, and I don't think What do I fight for? Oh, I haven't done any... Chottomate. I haven't done anything for them. Wait a second. Wait, let me use the shitty ones. I have so many of those for some reason. Thank you, Aura. Have not looked at her at all. To the point where she wasn't even leveled. This one, I didn't want to level her just because I was being mean for no reason. Because no one really likes Dory. You have multiple 5-star of every other weapon, but no catalyst. Oh, you don't have Mona? That got you C2 Gene. You haven't used her in 2 years. Damn. You send a picker? Okay, I'll have a look now. Probably has Del Blade and 1-star artifacts. Oh, man. See, so I would have to go fight bosses to level this one. And her? Yeah, I'd have to go fight this thing, which I've never fought. You're building a crash so you have all the short characters? What the heck, man? All the babies? Okay, guys, wish me luck. Luck! Thank you. Okay, well that was very obviously not a 5-star. How about this one? Hey? Scam. Scam. We go again. What did we need to fight? We need to fight... I can hear Ray laughing in the background. I think he's feeling a bit better. Was it this one? Did you buy the shop reset? Of course I did, Hooded. What do you take me for? It was Geo. Jargon, do you want to go fight the Geo boss? Hoyo wants you to hit max pity? Apparently, man. A fool? It's me, I am the fool. But wait. I need to go fight this guy as well. Which cryo character? I have to do him. He's a sweet boy, right? Yeah, let's go hit the Geo boss once then. Because fuck it. Do I have anything better to do with my time? Probably, actually. But it's fine. It doesn't? Chottomate. I'd have to take it to the next one. Oh, but none of them do. I'd have to do a lot of fighting. I'm tired of this idea already. This one would, though. She would if I get 3. Do we risk it for the biscuit? Because this one I would need 6. Yeah, I'm gonna go do the alloy one. I don't know if you still want to join Jargon. For alloy boss. This one is just as annoying though. Where the fuck am I going? It's this boy, right? Oh! Could have waited for me to teleport. Now you have to teleport as well. Enjoy all your loading screens. But yeah, if I get 3 here... when last did I fight this boss? Wait, what? Or are you coming too? Listen, my pyro characters are in wild disrepair. I don't think anyone is built well enough to fight this. But it's okay. Nay, fuck this, bro. Why over there, you asshole? Did you check the Discord? No. Nice. Good job, TBBBs. God damn it. Okay, so you gotta stay close, otherwise it throws them far. Oh, Mans is already down. Nice. These three. Yeah, boy. Okay. I'm not gonna freeze my ass cheeks off, so I'm gonna come stand over here. Huh? Oh, thank you, goodbye. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ! Thank you for the help. Me mad? Nah. Couldn't be me. What a waste of more materials, oxygen. But thank you. Thank you for your contributions to my wishes. This wish is for Diluc. Noah, shut up. Silencio. Whoa! Oh? Ho ho ho? Ho? Isn't this what you wanted, Noah? This is what you wanted? This is brand spankety new for me. I don't have this. Who's this good for? Is it better? Is it better that you uninstall it? Is this better than a rank 5 Witseth for Yae? Hazel? Absolutely not. That boy ain't seen the light of day in ages. Are you winning, son? I just got the last prayer. Maybe for Klee, it would be nice if I had Klee, I guess. DPS Ningguang, can you guys make serious recommendations? Because right now all of y'all is just clowning. Skyward is better for Yae? Oh, I used this on her because of the crit damage. Because Skyward just has attack on it. Which Yanfei is holding for us at the moment. I wasn't sure because a lot of people be clowning and be like, "Oh yeah, do this." Like, I don't have that character. We don't know. We are not Genshin players here. Literally, all of you are Genshin players. What are you talking about? Anyway, so since that happened, I no longer need to build any characters. I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. Bye. What's Genshin? I'm actually not too sure. Alright, I think these people are talking nonsense. I've never heard of this Genshin before. Alright, what was I supposed to be doing? I was supposed to be doing the Lisa event. You guys remember when I started that? No, neither do I, but let's go do it. Where is it? You thought this was League of Legends? Oh shit, do you play League of Legends, alright? Back to your regularly scheduled bullshit, of course, for the next 30 minutes. Roughly. Is this a good game? I'm thinking of getting it. No, it's literally the worst game I've ever played. Do not even consider it for a moment. Oh, you don't? Okay, that's fine. That's fair. You seem like too much of a nice person, but also a troublemaker at the same time to be playing League of Legends. So not only are you too nice to play it, but also you shouldn't be allowed to play it. Because I feel like you definitely cause trouble. Look at her badonkadonk shorts. Her back is exposed. This is very indecent. Troublemaker? I feel like you could be a troublemaker, right? I don't know if I'm wrong. I thought so. Look at the skin. We'll make sure you see it. Yeah, exactly. They focus intently on every exposed part of her body. The legs, the back, and the booba. And then, oh, thank you for the onigiris there, Spawn. And then everybody else is dressed very modestly. Okay, everyone close your eyes. Do not perceive me. I'm not using my VTuber as a broom. This is fine. Also, this is Chinese. Potato. Hi, Crazy Bug. Better as a broom than a vacuum? It would be pretty funny if she did, like, instead of the things just bouncing around, she sucked them up and ate them. But to be fair, the original, like, command thing is just to have things fall. And it has, like, the creator's little bug as the default one. But I made it the onigiri, just for shits and gigs. Hey! Why do you do this to me? Where did those come from? Where did what come from? Whoops, the dialogue is running away from us. Japanese Paimon is annoying. Truly she is, but the Chinese Paimon's very good. Look at them thighs! Mihoyo wants us to look at those thighs. She didn't tell us to look away. No, she's lost her patience, that's why. She has simply given up. Oh, oh! Okay, I head bunked that one. But it's fine, it's coming back. She's got such beautiful eyes. And I actually mean her eyeballs. Benny Borkin. He's also got green eyes, hey. The skin made you continue your Lisa build. There's a lot of new Lisa mains suddenly.
Lisa
knew we were there the whole time.
两位，找我们有什么事吗？
Spawn! I can't believe you've done this. How could you? How could you do this to me? We just gonna play Genshin like this now, since y'all can't behave. Also with my head like this. Oh, did I break the balls? I squished them out of existence. Glad I'm the only fan of Lisa's balls. Her eyeballs! That looks about right. Okay. Shit! Be gone! Yes, we play like this now. There, I sleep on the onigiris now. They are my pillow.
我就说嘛，果然是你们两个啊！好久不见哦，小可爱，派蒙。
Cutie, she just called me cutie.
有什么事情吗？
那个，其实我们是来应征参与。
Paimon, please, your language.
西班多摩学院的地脉调研项目的，刚在阿芬迪先生那里登记过。
地脉调研项目？难道小可爱你们进入了教令院
？Hi, Tina.
对，听联络员阿芬迪先生说，有个学术项目正在有偿招募志愿者，我们这才过来找加夫尔先生。
There are many starving kids in India, I'll have you know.
有偿招募志愿者
Yeah?
加夫尔师兄
There's starving kids in Africa too, what's your point?
还是你们有什么非要外人来做不可的计划？
没有，这只是出于常规地脉监测需求才有的项目，一切操作都符合安全标准。投入大量人力去收集地脉数据，我们也是不得已。要是你肯回来帮忙主持一些事务，就不用搞这么麻烦了。
我没记错的话，收集地脉数据是需要调查人员深入秘境的，危险性不小。
在离开蒙德之后，旅行者和我经历了不少战斗，探索秘境这种小事不算什么啦。
这么久不见，你们好像又经历了不少有趣的事。
是呀，所以丽莎不用担心。
Question mark?
既然两位是来应征参与项目的，那就请稍等一下。
Did you guys hear the thunder?
丽莎谈完事情。
加弗尔师兄，抱歉，我是不会答应你的。
真的一点转圜余地都没有吗？
当初执意告别教令院，这个决定我至今没有后悔。
Ooh,
将来的话
Lisa, spicy.
想必也不会后悔。
本来以为过了这么久再和你聊，会得到不一样的答复。
Why are we questioning Mark? What has he done?
丽莎。
It's not a case of what he has done. It's more what he hasn't done than.
再强行游说，就是我自讨没趣了。
It would be Storm ASMR if I wasn't like ending stream in like 10-15 minutes.
几天之后的学院聚会再见吧。
放心吧，师兄，学院聚会我会准时到场的。
至于两位志愿者，稍后你们有空的时候，请来无欲愁林找我。 还有志愿者的工作需要你们协助。对了，还有最后一件事，丽莎。
怎么了，师兄？
祝你在蒙德顺利。
我会的。好了，小可爱派蒙，说客已经离开了，我们可以好好坐下来聊聊了。
Give us the goss goss. Guffaw can go fuck himself. Didn't you say that in Yoda's chat or someone else's chat? I've definitely seen you say that before, though.
我的这位师兄啊，正在为他自己的前程奔走呢。
对了，
Similar.
丽莎怎么会来到须弥呢？骑士团那里没关系吗？
Was it about the same guy or?
当然是因为秦给我放了一个带薪长假。既然是难得的假期，为什么不去旅行一番，放松心情呢？不知道你们听说过没有？我曾经在须弥教令院的
Because he's an asshole. I mean, fair enough.
过2年。不过毕业之后，我没有留在教令院，而是直接回到了蒙德，成为了骑士团的图书管理员。
所以丽莎才会到须弥来吧？这样既可以四处游玩，又能看望以前的朋友。
你们很好奇吗？
Just cutting off Paimon there.
告诉你们，应该也没关系吧？毕竟那都是
You saw it too? Can y'all stop sharing community so I can be funny twice? No. I'm gonna tell Yoda that you're recycling your jokes.
邀我参与了许多教令院的核心项目，不过后来其中的大部分项目
My dad used to do that as well.
说实话
He'd make the same jokes like every other weekend. Because that's when we'd see him every other weekend.
我不想再参与这种疯狂的事情，就选择了离开。好了，现在你们都知道了，要记得为我保密哦。
听起来发生过不少事。
所以就算是居乐石老师亲自来游说，我也是不会再回教令院去的。比起没日没夜的做实验，还是早晨10点之后再工作，每天有固定下午茶的生活更适合我。
我就知道，其实丽莎是讨厌麻烦，才选择做图书管理员的吧。
工作
Lisa's got her own shit to do
还是要悠哉一点
for shows.
而且定期休假可是很重要的。唉，可惜刚到须弥没多久，还没来得及到化成锅去看望那个孩子，就被加福尔师兄找到了。说了这么半天，你们呢？小可爱和派蒙又是为什么来到须弥的呢？这样啊，原来他们竟然执着到了这个地步，甚至想要超越神明。看来，在我不知道的时候，你们又被卷入了不得了的势力。但就算是这种程度的危机，最后也还是被你们顺利解决了。
That thunder is sounding good though.
你的
Damn.
能力还真是不可估量。完成了这样的
Whoa,
壮举，
I thought you were done.
现在的
Miss
你
Ma'am, did you
应该
lie
有
to
许多
me?
后事要处理吧。原本我还想邀你们一起在须弥四处逛逛，真是遗憾啊！明明是好不容易遇到的。
Answer for your crime, Spawn.
哦，小可爱，
Would you like to spend some time with me, darling? Oh, bless her.
那可太好了。接下来的几天，我打算在须弥城内观光。
It's onigiri or ASMR?
从那里取到梨，
I mean,
返回蒙德。
I have lots of other
说不定
redeems,
不经意间就会在
but
须弥
maybe you wouldn't
城
find
或是
the other
化
ones
成
as fun
光
as
遇到
that.
我哟。这么想想，不期中的偶然邂逅的确有种浪漫的情调，很符合旅行的氛围。
No worries, thank you for the lurkies.
记得要打个招呼。
If you're gonna go eat, enjoy.
不然姐姐我会寂寞的。
Oh wait, he did already post food. Ooh, the thunder. Whoa, Spec! And now you're throwing things at my face. You gotta go work? I want to say enjoy, but, you know, not sure if that's on the cards. Where are we going? To the forest. The mushroom forest? What is this? Domain of buried roots. Is that for the event? What's cracking, Spec? How you doing today? Oh. Yeah, not too bad.
看样子是已经做好准备了。
I got a follow earlier from Master Beta. Oh, that didn't show up for some reason.
很好，那么我先来说明一下吧。我们西班多魔学院长期与地脉打交道，需要时刻监测地脉涌流情况。由于须弥境内的秘境中时常出现地脉的异常涌流，所以我们不得不定期派人深入各处秘境，因为秘境内部的情况往往比较危险，所以我们设立的原则是，你们需要做的就是进入秘境深处，记录地脉的异常情况。好，我的说明就是这些了。准备好的话，你。
So is it just domains then for this event? Form 3 teams, engage in 3 consecutive rounds of combat, defeat all the opponents, blah blah blah. Sounds good. Linked characters will... Give me peace. Been a long day, load shedding at 6. Oh yeah, I think I also have load shedding at 6 actually. It took you too long to figure it out. So wait, the linked stuff, did they... I'm tired already. I am tired already. Do they have to be? Oh, sorry. Apologies. Oh, I can use Ham. Do they have to be? Oh, Christ on a bike. Christ. You know what, actually? As a matter of fact, Christ on a fucking tricycle today. You just went Unga Bunga? I mean... Unga Bunga is not a bad way to go about it. I too am distressed, but I'm cool. Not classy. Oh, hi, Mark! Anyway. I don't know. I reset stream key. It seems fine now. Yurisa broke the stream. How are you doing, Peanut? You good, homie? How much time do I actually have left? Oh, I don't actually have any time to do this. Fuck. Crap, shit. The resub was too powerful. Truly, it was. Okay, well, fuck my life, I guess, because I actually have to go now, guys. The time. The time has come to run. So I guess that was a very poorly timed disconnect there, because, you know, I have to run anyway, so this is fine. Loves and hugs and good vibes. Oh, thank you, Danny! How are you doing? My body is fighting me by the fields of it. Alright, I think there's someone live now that I haven't been able to stream before. Raid. There's someone I haven't been able to raid before. And I think they raided me recently. Or they raided me and I just haven't been able to raid them back. I'm just like looking through my list at the moment. But there's a lot of people on this list, so I'm just going through it. Just to see if there's anyone I can revengey raid. I also just want to put some music on. Thank you for the 5 seconds of Genshin. I'm sorry! Yeah, I didn't notice the time because for some reason my taskbars are hidden now. It's very irritating. Bam! Oh, actually, we got a raid from the bum recently, and I haven't had a chance to raid him back. He's also playing Rocket League. Alright. Let's set that up. Let's also spell his name correctly. That would help. Ah, thank you, Jargon. There we go, there we go. Alright, y'all know the drill. All the love in your hearts. This Genshin music is breaking my brain. Alright guys, all the love in your hearts. We're gonna take it over to Bumplovsky. Please be good. Everybody be good. This pin message button makes it really annoying to copy raid messages. Oh! I see what you mean. But yeah, take care everyone. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all for being here, as always. But yes, let's grab that raid message. Just in case anyone didn't see it before. I see what you mean by the pin message thing though. It's a little bit annoying. Yeah. Tomorrow. When the load shedding is kind. Maybe we play something spooky. Maybe we play something a little boozy. We'll see. You take care. You go take care. Bye 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 bye.